You should see the wonder in his eyes. He stands by the fence, an airport spy. Sometimes up on his tippy toes, trying to take it all in. I'm sure tomorrow he will be back again. He'll be a natural flyer, knows every aircraft by name. Instead of his homework, he's up in his room drawing planes. I think he knows he's a little boy, but he carries a man-sized dream. He longs for the day and his chance in a flying machine. Sweet dreams, his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they whisper goodnight. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he reads tonight.
Stall is created by exceeding the critical angle of the tap. When this occurs, the smooth flow of air over the wing is lost, drag increases, and lift is depleted.
After school, he's out there every day, dreaming about his future while the other kids play. He knows what he wants to be. His mind is set so strong. He knows in his heart the sky is where he belongs. Sweet dreams, his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they turn off the light. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he dreams tonight. Hi son, what's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew, I see you out here all the time, and hey, I'm going flying tomorrow. You think you'd like to come along?
You mean it, mister?
You bet. Hey, why don't you check with your folks, make sure it's okay, and I'll see you out here tomorrow, okay?
Awesome!
In his eyes, in his eyes.
788 1510 AM is on the air live. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. 50 years old. Man, they're almost as old as I am.
And I'm catching up a little bit myself to that 50.
I am Dave Shellbitter, chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. Been here, the boss. I've been here for 30 years doing this. This year is Sun and Fun Radio's 30th anniversary. Good morning, viewing audience. I hope y'all are watching. Good morning, Miss April. Well, there we go. They don't love me anymore. As soon as I say good morning, the camera goes off. Either that, or the camera can only stand to be on me for such amount of time because I do have a face for radio.
Face for radio. There you go.
I do. That other voice is, Jack Mason.
That guy.
He's the assistant boss.
Assistant live air boss this week. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Sun and Fun.
You are the co-chairman of Live Air.
I am this year.
That is your job title. That is your job title. Thank you, and you're rocking it. You're doing a great job. Great job for me. Thank you for sending him Audrey and letting him come play this week.
Oh, she's watching. She's listening.
She's watching and listening. Yeah. Okay. Well, I laugh about you got married on a Friday. We had a work party here at the station on Saturday. You're like, I'll be there. I'm like, yeah, he's getting married Friday night. We ain't going to see him. I'm inbound Saturday morning. I get a text message. Apparently there is a permission slip I forgot to have signed. I will see you at the next work party. And I'm like, yeah, you better stay at home with her.
Yeah.
I'm so happy for you
Thank
guys.
You.
And
no,
you guys
we had a great wedding.
Together.
We had a great time. Yeah, but that Saturday was like, nope, we're going to pretend like we're on a honeymoon, even though we're still in town, still doing the normal laundry and everything that day. But we still had a good time. It was a fun opportunity yesterday, real quick, as I walked by the Women in Aviation booth and talked to a lady, and I said, if it wasn't for you, I would not be with Sun and Fun Radio. I would actually not be married today. And she says, I have no idea what you're talking about. But because of her, because of Olivia, did my daughter in 2018 want to go to that first Women in Aviation meeting to meet Olivia, to then allow me to meet Audrey, for then my daughter to also become president, and then just have that social that one night. Carl Valeri, that is not joining us, today currently, but he was stepping out to allow me to come in that year, and things just rolled from there.
Yeah, Carl had obligations. He had this three-lettered thing called a job. How dare you? I've been self-employed for so long that I forget that people can't just take a day off when they want. It's like, of course, I don't ever really get a day off. If I'm here at the studio all day, I was at my computer at the office last night until after midnight. It's one of the reasons I was late this morning. The other reason was the night air show. That was absolutely
beautiful night air show. Oh,
I did not know they were going to do the drones.
No, that was
so cool.
Whether I wasn't paying attention either to the listing or just expecting just the fireworks, but what an extravagant! Nationwide, it had to be the best and biggest firework display. Plus the night air show, of course, itself with the aircraft, the parachutes, the glider, and everything else.
And the really sad news out of the night air show was they were saying that Manfred Radius is retiring after this season.
Is he really?
Yeah, 80 years old. If y'all watched the show last night,
what a career!
If y'all watched the show last night, you don't know who I'm talking to. There was an air show act with a sailplane glider. The pilot was Manfred Radius. He's 80 years old. I know Manfred. I've gotten the opportunity. I can't say I know him like he's a close friend, but I've gotten the opportunity to chat with him repeatedly over the years. One year he was my brother Mike, who's a CFI, glider pilot, glider instructor, ultralight pilot, ultralight instructor, A&E, AI. I mean, he's living the Shellbetter family legacy in aviation. He's actually making his living in aviation, which runs a company called Better Air LLC out of Picayune, Mississippi. Very selective. People come to him like Frank Ryder Frank, he does all of the maintenance work and tuning on Frank Ryder's aircraft, the annuals. He does Oric vacuums.
Okay.
The Oric family has a museum. He does museum restorations and maintenance work on Oric's airplanes.
Wow.
He built Stearmans. He worked for a company that would buy a basket case Stearman and he would rebuild it to a flying airplane. The last one that he built was flown once around the pattern, put in a crate, and shipped to the CEO of Volkswagen in Germany.
Oh my gosh.
That's the caliber of work my brother is capable. What I've done here, the caliber of what I've done with Sun and Fun Radio, my brother does on a daily basis with aircraft. We were talking with Manfred one night. I'm sorry for going all the way around the barn to get to the front door. We were chatting with Manfred last night, and my brother was saying, I fly gliders, and what you do is just phenomenal. And Manfred, the guy that he is, Oh, I just fly the glider. What you do is amazing to me. You know, we had been talking about the Stearmans, and that's just the kind of guy Manfred is. Salt of the earth, great guy, and stunning. I've always compared, and last night did not disappoint. It looks like his act looks like two comets dancing in the sky.
Yeah.
You know?
Gracefully.
Graceful, no noise. Miss April was here last night. We actually I used chairman's privilege and put our golf cart right on the line. I didn't cross the air show line.
Correct.
The back wheels of the aircraft of the golf cart were inside the line. The back seat of the golf cart, on the other hand.
Yes.
I actually penetrated air show airspace last night by about 2 feet, by about a foot AGL.
Well, we got to give credit to Sun and Fun Security. They're doing a great job.
They do.
Yeah,
They
they were
do.
checking passes and
Outstanding
everything.
job.
So
Yeah.
very good job to Tommy and his team.
And they're all volunteers like
They are,
us,
completely.
You know? Do you know it's 3,000 volunteers a day make Sun and Fun happen? You think about what we do, and you think about the sheer volume of that. I have to say a huge, huge shout out to two people on staff, especially. Our convention administrator, Laura Vaughn. She's been here. Don't believe she's been here since the beginning, but she's been here as long as I can remember. I think she was here when I came in as a 16-year-old. And Laura is an outstanding woman. I give Laura props because she knows when to say, David. And if I'm really trying, David Shellbetter. Laura's one of the few people that gets away with calling me David. And the other one is Angela Mann.
Absolutely.
Sun and Fun's volunteer coordinator, new to the job and just rocking it. She stepped in. Robin McFarland, I was so worried Robin McFarland, when Robin retired and Angela came in, she didn't have a big pair of shoes to fill. She had a huge pair of shoes. And she's rocking it. She's doing a great job.
She really is.
So thank them, and all of our volunteers. And another volunteer, good-looking guy standing here next to the radio table, Dr. Dave Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago's longest-running health radio network.
Health
40
news and science.
years.
Wow.
I thought 30 years was impressive. This guy's been doing it and somewhat getting paid for it for 40.
Yes.
Tell me about Health Quest Radio, Doc.
You know what? It begins and ends with the credo we use on the radio: make your life an adventure in health, not in sickness or disease. And we also say that if you're not making your life more of an adventure towards health, then you're probably more likely to be making it an adventure towards sickness and disease. And my goal, because I was never supposed to be a doctor of any kind, never of any type. However, going to doctors really frustrated me, and I felt God's hand on me. I literally was not of my choosing. This voice came through me mystically with the clouds rolling by saying, hey, I go by the name Knucklehead.
Okay.
And hey, Knucklehead, why don't you become the doctor that you never found? And so through the years, that's what I've attempted to do as not only as a broadcasting person, but also a person in private practice. So we tend to get people who've been just about everywhere, and then they step into our office saying, can you help me? And it's a beautiful thing when we can use natural remedies, common sense, and be able to see the lives of people change. And when you see that person's life changing without the use of drugs or unnecessary surgery and such, you see another side of a person come out as that person can become more fully what I believe they were meant to be.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
it sounds a little philosophical, but to see it play out is just wonderful. And so it's the idea of saying, why don't we live as long as we can and be as healthy as we can while we're living it?
Absolutely. I mean, and especially in this lifetime, there's so much to enjoy, and including this air show that we're about to, have, today and tomorrow and through the weekend.
Yeah.
But with that, Dr. K, and see, I thought Dr. K stood for the last name, but maybe we can say Dr. Knucklehead.
Oh, it is. That's true.
The advice you could the advice you could provide to our patrons coming out today, what would you suggest?
Well, I was thinking this morning a little bit on it. It's easy to say keep yourself hydrated. Stay away from the actually carbonated beverages for other reasons, but the caffeinated beverages, especially coffee and soft drinks, pop, whatever you want to call it.
I'm hiding my coffee right now.
No, and it's not that you can't drink coffee, of course. It's just that when we get into the sun, especially those who are not used to living in the sunlit state of Florida here, people like myself coming in from the Chicagoland area. But I was thinking this morning something we don't say as often that would make sense. Remember, people tend to overeat in this country. We're eating over 4,500 calories a day, but burning only 11 to 1,300, so you wonder why we're so overweight. When we're stepping out in the sun today with the high humidity, and then we're feeding our gullets with heavy amounts of not so healthy food, the body is busy trying to digest the food that's not so hot for us. And what that does, it disables or inhibits our body from being able to cool itself.
Okay.
So it's not just hydrating, but if the body is preoccupied with digesting overeaten food, then what really happens is you become the sunlight and the warmth may be as familiar or as unfamiliar as you are with this temperature and the humidity being what it is. It becomes more of a provocative scenario. So I would say, so my coach today, drink a lot of water, but yet at the same time, I don't want you to be fearful of the fact that you might have to urinate more because most people don't drink as much water in the main, right? The other thing is, I'd say step away from the food a bit today. Eat more on the light side, giving your body a chance to keep every cell in your body traveling through an ability to allow you to perspire and cool the body and keep it well maintained. When you eat and overeat food, your body has to spend so much energy trying to deal with the food that's in your intestines, and it doesn't do as well of a job keeping you cool in the sun. With the breeze today, awesome, because you're going to stay cool. The problem with the breeze, it'll evaporate the water that you're drinking,
Even
which
quicker.
means so you have to drink
Gotcha.
even more water.
Let me ask you about this that we see, hearing protection. We see a lot of, parents out here with their children. The children have hearing protection on, so that's in the, the strollers and stuff like that. But is there any age where hearing protection should not be recommended? I mean, I know we want to be out here and we want to hear the roar of those engines, but is hearing protection, a valued thing at any age in life?
I think it is only because the kidney is an organ that the more we use it, the younger it remains. It's a very unusual organ. The liver, as you know, is highly regenerative. You could excise 3/4 of your liver within 6 weeks. Your liver, if normal, will grow back.
Wow.
When it comes to the ear and your ability to hear, it's almost like how many eggs in a woman's ovaries. You only get so much hearing. And so to overuse or abuse your hearing ability creates a disability. So anytime you can save, like we work in the studio a lot, and sometimes we've got louder than normal sounds. So sometimes when you're wearing headphones, a lot of people are using these earbuds, and they got them cranked up. And when you're in a noisy area like this, some people just crank the earbuds up, which is low-level damage that's consistent over time. So
Wow.
yes, well taken. Anytime we can protect any of our hearing resources is like optimal. If you're going to live longer, you want to be able to hear when you're of elderly age.
What?
Hey?
Thank you. Now, you had made the comment that you had never imagined you were going to be a doctor.
No.
What? I mean, I know that your medical expertise is wide-ranging. Eastern
Yes.
medicine, Western medicine, chiropractic. What doctor are you? Are you a DC? Are you an MD? Are you a PhD?
I have 2 bachelor's degrees. I've got a doctorate degree in chiropractic. I hold 2 nationally diplomat degrees in clinical nutrition. So I can teach doctors nutrition, which
Cool.
is fairly lacking in our typical doctor's office settings of allopathic medicine. So, but you know what I find that as doctors are getting more frustrated with the tail wagging the dog, like COVID, how many doctors retired because of the hassle factor of staying in practice? So they just retired early, saying, I don't want to deal with this garbage. But I find that there's a great hunger in doctors out there who really want to make a difference beyond what protocols they've been given, which to me is so fascinating to think that the person of that doctor is coming out saying, you know what, I'm frustrated with giving as many drugs as I've been told to give based on protocol, but I wish there was another way. And I might just want to mention a stat, for instance, that'll make your mind think a little bit deeper. in the United States, we're using so many statins, right? Okay, I'm just saying,
And then they're using statins, and then they're using a medication to counteract the side effects of statins. Then they're using a medication for that. So that's, yeah.
Yep.
But the statins, go ahead.
Yep, and in the flying community as well, because I've been flying for over 35 years, I want to keep all of us as pilots flying. But here's an example. Dementia, cognitive decline, Alzheimer's, Lewy bodies, these are all similar symptomatologies of decline of the brain. Now, your brain requires 1/4 of the cholesterol that's in your body. Your brain requires it to do its synaptic moving so that you can exchange thoughts from one part of your brain to another, fast thinking, cognitive, and all that. You take a statin drug. Here's my question. I'm not anti-statin drugs, but I think we're overusing what could be appropriate. That's the difference. Imagine using a statin drug now. All people with cognitive decline are found to have deficiencies, lower levels of cholesterol in their brain. Now you take the statin drug because the doctor is not concerned about the brain. I mean, he's more concerned about, your cholesterol level, which 20, 30 years ago was 300, not 200. So we start changing figures. Okay, you take the statin. Now you're going to take the statin now. Do you think the statin drug inherently, when it gets to the brain, goes, okay, guys, let's discriminate. We're not going to be lowering the effect of the cholesterol levels in the brain until we get through the brain. Now you get through the brain like a tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel, you go, okay, let's have at it now, lower cholesterol in the body. So now I'm thinking, and I've been talking about this on the radio for 7 or 8 years, but I haven't heard it on the news. I wonder if the increase in overuse of statin drugs is causing the extreme incline of Alzheimer's. And when I think about the limitations, you know what the most sad thing being around airplanes is when I see somebody having to sell their airplane.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, for me, my passion now, when you say, I would have had this passion no matter what I did in life, but now I get to help people remain flyers as long as they can while keeping them healthy and not requiring the use or overuse of a statin drug or blood pressure medication. So that, to me, gets exciting.
Where can pilots listen to you more?
It's HealthQuest Radio Chicago. It's actually healthquestradio.com.
Perfect.
And we got a great website where you can listen to all of our programs. And by the way, the rationale I just explained to you with regard to statin drugs is no different than any other subject we talk about. Not to be provocative, just to make common sense. Because I believe in this country, at least at this present day, there's a lot of stupid going around, and I'm allergic to stupid.
Yeah.
And what does not make sense does not make sense to me.
Yeah, so it doesn't. Then one thing I've just learned recently, I'm dealing with a family member with a diminished brain capacity because of age, is that hearing is, we were talking earlier about hearing, in older people, or in most people, or I guess everybody, human beings in general, when you can't hear so well, it actually increases the mental decline
Yes.
as you get older.
Yes.
Because your body needs that stimulation.
Yes.
You need, your brain needs the stimulation of hearing everything around you.
Yes.
When you're ADHD like me and you can't help but hear everything around you, I have a funny feeling that I will be sharp and clear as a tack until the time I'm 140, and I will still be working too. But
Yeah, exactly.
so again, protecting your hearing, and I'm just circling back to something we said earlier, is critically important because it will increase your odds of losing your diminished capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And the comment you made about seeing an increase in Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. The family member that I'm dealing with is the indications where we would be talking, and the same thing would come up three or four times in a phone call. Thank God that's the only issue, whatever, symptom right now. But it's it's like when, I mean, he's over 80 years old. Of course he's going to repeat himself because old people do that. And I think that our society has started to label everything. So you're not just getting old and forgetful. Oh my God, you're going senile.
Everything has to be named.
Yeah, everything has to be named, and I don't think that there's more this now, possibly, but I don't think there's more. I just believe that we have started labeling everything. So
And with the labeling then comes the parallel treatment and protocol for such things.
Exactly.
And not all desirable. The idea, wouldn't it be interesting if you could improve one's cognitive ability or improve the condition of your heart or your pancreas? And by the way, it's not one size fits all, as you suggested. It's really getting, I say, totally healthy without sounding perfectionistic. People think if you just take this drug or do this one thing or get this procedure, you're good to go. And I'm thinking, well, if one body part is getting weak, generally other body parts are getting weak unknowing to you. So the idea
It's
of
all
getting
system. It's all system.
It's all interrelated, so
Exactly.
you can't pigeonhole using a particular diagnosis. However, I think most Americans have been told through magic, the magical resources we have, just take this and do this and you'll be good to go. So I don't like to slow the train down, but I like to say, hey, wait a minute, what would happen if we helped you get healthier? I'm really big at getting that next step, healthier. And as you're getting healthier and you're gaining altitude like an airplane, guess what happens? Your body starts to restore itself, which is opposite of what we do when we overeat poor food.
All right, we're gonna step away from what we're doing because the background crew, chatter in my ear is telling me that we're walking over the weather people and that they're not on the schedule, and so I'm screwing up. No, we get our friends from the FAA come
sure
give
do.
a weather
Yes.
briefing every day
Brandon Smith.
as part of our morning show. So could our greeters and production assistant please bring our friend with the FAA up onto deck? We'll do a live guest intro if you're watching us on video. By the way, thank you, massive thank you, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport,
Yes.
for sponsoring our video streaming this year. We are video streaming on Facebook,
We are.
SNF Radio, and we
are.
are video streaming on YouTube at Sun N Fun Radio. Thank you so much, Green Bay Austin Straubel International, for sponsoring this. If you're listening to us on the audio stream, thank you, Dave Pasco and Live ATC, for sponsoring us. Our streaming and we've come down. It's been 2010 was our first year, and Pasco's been with us. Live ATC's been streaming us ever since 2010.
And knocking it out of the park.
Oh yeah, the man
Great
comes
job.
here and
Oh,
does
my
as much
gosh.
as I do.
Yeah.
So we have a guest on deck this
We
morning.
sure do.
Have we confirmed our cheat sheet is right? 'Cause
Absolutely.
I goofed up
Absolutely.
yesterday.
Yep, we sure do. We have Miss Nicole Stevens, Aviation Weather Center, Science and Technology Infusion Meteorologist. That is a great title to talk about the website here for just a minute,
You're
and also talk about the weather that is a little different today than the past days.
I have a question. You're an infusion technologist, so can you tell me how to get that tequila flavor or that mango flavor in my tequila?
Oh yeah, you just squeeze the mangoes, twist a little bit. Right?
Simple.
Oh, yes.
Simple.
Chairman made it funny. Okay, Chairman tried to make it funny. I'm sorry, Miss Nicole. Weather. We're gonna have weather today. Tell me what's going on.
Oh yeah, today the big thing is winds. Right now they're from the southwest, 30 gusting 40. Mainly after 11, it'll get a little bit worse there. We are in a tornado watch this morning. Again, that'll be later this afternoon primarily, if we have any chances there. The cloud bases this morning are at 2,000 feet. They should lift a little until we get showers this afternoon, dropping again a little bit this afternoon. We do have a chance for thunderstorms this afternoon with lightning, hail, all the good stuff. Biggest chance for thunderstorms would be like 2 to 5. Unfortunately, right in the middle of that air show, so hopefully we can get through that pretty quick and make the rest of today
Can you
a good day.
Can you change the weather for us a little?
I
make some
really
adjustments?
wish. I wish I could order better weather for you. I
This
flew
is
down yesterday just to tell you all this great information for today.
This is not the weather order that I placed.
No. No.
Nicole, thank you so much. So you said high winds. We all knew about that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're listening out in a campground, you're our exhibitors, hear us on the PA. Be prepared for high winds. We are 20 to 30 mile an hour winds is big for Central Florida. Those are high winds. Gusts to 40. That's the stuff that'll pick up a camping tent and blow it across the campground
Very
or into
easily.
somebody's
It's
RV.
breezy out there now.
It is breezy. I'm looking at Flying Eyes flags here, which Dean was on with us the other day, and we had it. But so what about the rest? Okay, so we got some high winds. We've got some rain coming in the afternoon. What about tomorrow and going into the weekend?
Yeah, after today, after that system passes through, it looks like it should clear up pretty good. It should be nice the rest of the day, or the rest of the evening today and into the weekend.
Great. And is this a cold front that's passing through?
Yeah, it looks like it.
What kind of temps can we look forward to? I like cold fronts because
man,
it
I
means we'll
didn't
get
look at the
livable. I mean, I'm standing here, I'm sitting here in my chair, and I can feel the sweat running down my back because there's no breeze across the deck this morning.
Yeah.
Listening to Dr. Dave, I'm hydrating. So
Yes, yes.
temps?
I don't actually have all the temps for today. Right now looking 75, 76.
Nice. That's going to be beautiful. But that
Temperature-wise, it feels pretty nice other than some humidity this morning. All of that should dry up a little bit, I would guess, after the front passes through, but keeping nice and warm and comfortable the rest of the weekend
Typical
as well.
Florida weather.
Typical Florida weather.
Yep.
Yeah, it might rain,
this
it
is our
might not.
spring.
It might be hot, it might be cold.
Exactly.
That's it.
Now, when Brandon was here last, he guaranteed his forecasts. I was just wondering, Nicole, if you would guarantee yours.
Oh, yeah, we'll guarantee it. You'll see some strong winds all day, all afternoon. I'm getting some extra temperatures here. Yeah, it looks like up to around 80 today, 80 around the rest of the week as well. So keeping pretty comfortable. Lows around 60 each night. So for the campers, that's actually pretty nice. Pretty nice
Now,
weather.
I'm not sure what the wise Chicago doctor this week transplant is looking at, but in my weather app that I trust implicitly besides the FAA's is Friday, high of 79, overnight low tonight is going to be 59, tomorrow 79 high, 54 overnight low, 80 high on Saturday, 53 overnight low. And then Sunday, 84 to 58. So that's what I was looking for is to tell the campers, I really hope you brought your sleeping bags because it's going to be definitely snuggle up sleep weather. So we've got about 2.5 minutes before we have to go to a break here. Nicole, where do you work?
Yeah,
Where are you based?
I actually work at the Aviation Weather Center in Kansas City.
Kansas City? Oh, then you guys are used to high winds.
Yeah, and nice storms.
And really good barbecue,
maybe
as I
a little
understand.
bit less humidity, but this is good.
Just a little. And really good barbecue out there in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah, we like it. We like to have our visitors enjoy our barbecue.
Okay, and are you in the weather information system with FAA, or what's your job specialty? I apologize, I forgot.
Yeah, I'm a research and development meteorologist there, so I've helped out with the website and working on new projects and new things to provide the pilots with as much information as we can before they fly.
Great. So, I mean, that's really cool that you're not just a smiling face to greet people. You're actually a weather expert. That's really neat. What's your favorite part about working for the FAA?
I actually work for the National Weather Service, not
really?
the FAA. But
I didn't know that.
Honestly, coming to things like this and sharing what we do with the pilots and getting the feedback so we can take that back and make changes and make the website and our forecasts as best as we can so that the pilots get as much as they can out of it as well.
Well, we are really glad you're there. Thank you so much for coming and seeing us this morning. And we are really glad you're here. And are you enjoying Sun and Fun? You been here before?
I have not been here, and
Really?
I got here last night, so I came here just to tell you guys the weather for today.
Well, I would love for you to stop back and talk with us again and give us a first-timer's impression. I've done this 45 years, so it's kind of old hat to me. Oh, they changed this, they changed that. But I love to hear first-timers' impressions. So please consider coming back to us.
Absolutely.
Again, I'm pulling up my cheat sheet. Nicole Stevens, Aviation Weather Center, Science and Technology Infusion Meteorologist. And we were talking about your website and the feedback about it. So thank you so much for coming down. Dr. David Kolbaba, I'm hoping you'll hang around and do some interviews with us this morning.
Yeah.
After we come back from break, Jack will be taking the con as far as the deck goes because I have to run off and I have to play boss.
Got to play boss for every now and then.
I love having 50 volunteers. I hate not being able to be on the air so much, but everybody has told me I have a face for radio. So, ladies and gentlemen, this face for radio is going to step away from the cameras so I don't break them. We're going to go to a break. So stay tuned to YouTube, Sun and Fun Radio, Facebook, SNF Radio, Live ATC, www.liveatc.net/SNF. Mr. Engineers, please take us away. And online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit Phillips66lubricants.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts. Planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Another new feature at the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is our Family Oasis. Are you and your family ready to take a break? You can stop by the Family Oasis located in the heart of our new Future in Flight area. It's an oasis for young families, complete with comfort stations, nursing areas, and an escape from the sun. There's no charge. Access to the Family Oasis is included with daily admission. Open 9 to 4 daily, the new Family Oasis at Sun and Fun.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And we are back to Sun and Fun Radio's live chats from the deck, brought to you by Green Bay's Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you live from Sun and Fun 24. This is the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. And we are on the deck this morning. I'm Tom Frick, and I'm with Russ Rosleski. Russ, how you doing this morning?
Hey, Tom, it's great to be here again this morning. You bet.
Absolutely. So who do we have on the deck next?
Well, we've got Trigg Avionics represented by Dean Bryce, who is a senior sales account manager for Trigg Avionics. Hello, Dean.
Good morning. How
Morning,
are you?
Dean.
Oh, man, we're fantastic. So tell us, how's the show been for Trigg?
Do you know, it's been great. This has been our second year. Last year was our first year, and we really enjoyed it. We were pretty impressed. The crowd out here are incredible. So our second year here, very excited to be here. But I have to say, as a Scottishman in America, it's pretty warm.
Pretty warm.
I am feeling the heat.
Yeah. Yesterday was a very warm day.
It was a very warm day.
Yeah.
Humid.
Yeah, thankfully today's a bit cooler, which is nice. But no, the show's been great, and the last couple of days for us has been really nice. We've had some awesome people on the booth, and yeah, we're excited to be here. It's great.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about Trigg Avionics. What kind of products you offer, and what is the company?
Yeah, so for those that don't know, Trigg, we were founded back in 2004. So we've been around for quite a bit of time now. It's actually our 20th anniversary this year. But we focus on designing and manufacturing avionics. So you're looking at audio panels, nav comms, VHF comms, transponders. We have two separate core product lines, effectively, where we have the traditional stack, but we also do some really nice compact VHF radios and transponders, so 2.25 inch round. So for guys who are light on panel space, or they don't have much space there, we can save a ton of space in there. We also do GPS, so for the ADS-B mandate, for those that need ADS-B out, we can help there. And we now do antennas, VHF transponder antennas, GPS antennas, and pre-made wiring harnesses as well. So we've grown our product range over the years to try and best support the customers that we've built up over that time.
That's awesome. So what products do you sell?
So several. I mean, on the stack side, we have an audio panel. We have two options there. They're called the TMA44 and TMA45. That's more for the larger side, if you like, in terms of certified aircraft. You can have nav inputs, ADF, DME, two comms, two navs, whatever you need. There's Bluetooth there as well available if you want to listen to music as you fly or make a phone call. We've also got a NavCom. Now, this is quite exciting for us because it finalized our full stack. We launched this a couple of years ago now, and that is packed with a ton of features. So it's the same form factor as the old SL30, so there's a ton of guys out there that have that. It's not plug and play, but you can pull it out and it'll fit in the same space in the panel. But we give you a ton of features. So one of my favorites is the playback feature, right? So we're flying along together, an air traffic call us up. Say we missed the call. If you push that button, it replays the last incoming transmission, which is neat. Mm-hmm. And I don't mind admitting I've used it a few times.
Well, Tom, you and I have never missed a radio call.
Never.
So.
And I actually have had panels that have that feature in it, and it's quite nice.
Yeah, it's neat. Yeah. You'd be amazed at how many people say that on the booth as well. But the NavCom, it's really nice. It's got a built-in CDI. We have a memory function as well. So this is quite nice, where you can upload up to 250 memories, and it gives you a nice identifier on the screen. So when you tune in the frequency, it pops up. It lets you know you're on the right one. And that's all free. You just upload that as you go, add whatever frequencies you want to have in there. Any you don't need anymore, you just take them out. So it's a nice unit. We've sold a lot of them over the last couple of years because, of course, when it comes to a certified NavCom, there aren't any options apart from ourselves and one other. So it's good to be able to help the market out with that. And our price point is really good. $4,800 for our NavCom, which is the most affordable one out there on the market.
Yeah, sounds like it. You mentioned ADS-B out solutions, right? So you offer something for that as well.
Yes, we have two types. So when it comes to, let's start at the transponder, because I know that a lot of people don't fully understand ADS-B. They just know that we need to have it because it's mandated, right? So the transponder itself, we have two options. We have the stack transponder, we call that the TT31. And there is then the compact, the 2.25 inch round, we call that the TT22. Now, both of our transponders are Mode S, extended squitter, and they're all ADS-B out capable. The extra piece that they need is the GPS. So we actually took a slightly different approach, and we have the GPS and the transponder separate. And what that's allowed us to do is give two options for both the certified world and then the experimental and LSA world, because you need two different TSOs depending on what aircraft you fly. So for the LSA and experimental world, we have something called a TN72, and it's around about $500. So for $500, you can add this GPS into the back of the transponder, and for light sport and experimental aircraft, you're then compliant for the ADS-B mandate, which is great. And then we have another box called the TN70 for the certified guys. Again, you plug that into the back of the transponder, and you're good to go.
Sounds like a lot of flexibility with different options.
Sure. So,
Yeah.
and you were starting to get into it there. So, who exactly are your customers, or what are the categories that you're going into here?
Yeah, so all of our products are TSO'd. And obviously over here in the States, if you're experimental LSA for the radio, you don't need to have a certified radio. So what we've really found is initially we grew our market in the experimental world on the compact units that we have, and that was a lot to do with the space saving. Our compact units also come as 2 separate boxes, so you have a control head which is only a couple of inches. So if you're really tight on panel space, behind that firewall, you can put the controller in, and then the back box you can put under the seat, down the back of the tail. You can do, there's a lot of autonomy when it comes to the install. So we really grew that side of the market quite quickly. Over the last few years, with the addition of the Navcom, the full stack, and I should mention the full stack that we have, so the audio panel, Navcom, COM, and transponder, we're selling that for around about $12,000. So for guys who price is really important and quality and features, Trig's a really good shout. But we're really growing that certified side of the business now as well. So we cover pretty much the whole aspect, if you like, of GA flying over here in the US.
Yeah, so from a support perspective now,
Yep.
'cause, after the sale, support is obviously very important to everybody. How do you support Trig customers here in the U.S.?
Well, support is really important, and I've worked with Trig now for 6 years, and time again you hear stories of guys who have bought some avionics or anything else, and they were really happy with it. They do the install, everything's going well, but they had an issue and maybe they didn't hear back or the warranty wasn't great. So we've really over the years, I think, honed our skill set, and actually Trig is one of the things that the support side of it is what we're really well known for. So one of the big markets for us is the kit build side of things, and so our warranty is 2 years. However, it doesn't start from the date of installation. So if there's guys at the show who are building an aircraft and they want to take advantage of a show special, but they're not planning to install the avionics for 6 months, that's okay. Trig's got you covered. You can buy the stuff at the show. The warranty will start from the date of installation, which is great. I think flexibility in that sense is really important. We also have a service center here in the US with Mid-Continent up in Wichita. So for any customers who do have a problem, you're not having to ship your unit back to Europe or anywhere else. You can send it straight to Wichita, and we work on a 10-day repair or replace. So if you've got a broken box, you send it up there. Within 10 days, we'll ship you a new one back, and you're good to go.
So we got word that this is Trig's 20th anniversary. What are you guys doing to celebrate that?
Do you know, it's really exciting for us. It's a big milestone in the world of aviation. As you guys will know, companies come and go all the time. And to have been around for the last 20 years as a business, we're really proud of that. So we're celebrating this year with a show special. It's not something that we do often as a business in terms of discounts, but we're offering $100 off our flagship product. So if there are people who need a compact radio or transponder, a Navcom, a stack Navcom, a stack VHF or stack transponder, you should come by, see us. We've got $100 off. We're handing out some pens. We've got some key rings, all the good stuff that everybody needs and wants, right, at an air show. But we're excited, and we really want to celebrate that with our customers who are here.
So, we're going to be running a little bit short on time here. Where are you at? Where you at here on the field? How to get a hold of you, for people that are not here? And, can they get the same deal online or contacting you?
Here at the show, we're in Hangar B. So Hangar B, booth 100. So please, for anyone that's listening, come by and see us. We'd love to give you a demo, show you the products, and take you through. In terms of the show special, it's only available here at Sun 'n Fun. So if you're here, come and see us. A bit of top secret information, we will rerun this again at Oshkosh potentially. So that's something that may or may not be of interest to people. But for the time being, come and see us in Hangar B, booth 100, and take advantage of our 20th anniversary.
Well, that is great. Definitely everybody stop by Trig Avionics. Thank you so much, Dean, for coming by. We appreciate it, and I hope you have a great rest of the show. And now for some pre-recorded audio.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun 'n Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun 'n Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep STOL bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the Career Fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
If you thrive on extreme and unusual attitudes in the sky, the Aerobatic headquarters, located just east of the approach end of Runway 5 along Taxiway E, is your ultimate destination at Sun and Fun. We're distinct from the airshow pilots, but you might catch a few watching the airshow from our small grandstand. Curious about regulations and aircraft requirements? We're presenting forums throughout the week. Check the Sun and Fun schedule. Don't miss this chance to learn from those of us addicted to the thrill of extreme maneuvers. Come join us at the Aerobatic headquarters, where the sky's the limit and every flight is an adventure.
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats, live from the deck, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
Going to be a great day.
Yes, it is. Every day is a great day at Sun and Fun.
One better than the other, Randy.
Yes, they just, they increase exponentially each day.
Yes. We've got a special, all our guests are special, but Boat, is that really your First,
it's definitely not my first name. No.
Okay.
It's my call sign.
Right. What? I don't know if we have your name.
Colonel Boswell.
Okay, but I was just
the last
saying.
name's good. Yeah, the last name's good.
Oh,
yeah,
all right,
Lieutenant
all
Colonel
right.
Trevor Boswell. I'm
Okay.
at headquarters
Sorry.
NORAD. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, there, NORAD.
That guy. Yeah.
Hey, so tell us, what is the acronym NORAD?
NORAD. So it's the North American Aerospace Defense Command, and we are part of the national defense, obviously, of the United States.
Yeah.
We're United States Air Force members, and we have some other service members across the United States. But we also are a binational command, so we also work with our Canadian partners as well.
And don't you have an airplane that leaks fuel?
We always have an aircraft that leaks fuel. I think that's pretty standard amongst all airplanes, I'm pretty sure, from what I understand.
But I mean the high altitude
The
one.
black one.
The black one.
The black one, like the SR-71s?
Yes. Leaks
no,
fuel.
That's not us. That's not us, and that's a while,
Okay.
that's
All
a
right.
while back.
All
yeah.
right, got it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm just getting on track here.
Ducks in a row.
Sooner
It's
or
all
later,
right.
we're
Yeah.
going to get those ducks.
That's
I got
right.
one duck, and it's not in a row, so I got a
It's always in a row. So North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD. I work at headquarters, NORAD in Colorado Springs, Colorado, Peterson Space Force Base now. And we work to defend the national aerospace system within the North American continent, so United States, Canada, and Alaska, and then some of the Caribbean territories as well.
You guys, I did a VIP tour years and years ago
Yeah.
up there. I had a family member that was actually the commander there, so we
Oh,
got
very good.
Yeah, we got to go deep in the mountain, and
Yeah.
it was really an honor and a privilege to get to do that. And what struck me is the amount of space junk, just junk and trash that's in the atmosphere that you guys track that. And
There's a bit of that. Yeah, we've got the space, obviously, and obviously the air domain as well. We don't primarily work out of the mountain anymore. There's just too many people trying to do the job, and they just ran out of parking, honestly. So they've moved us over to Peterson Space Force Base, which is co-located with Colorado Springs International Airport. And then we'll use the mountain, and it's always active, but we'll use the mountain for contingencies and exercises and that kind of thing. So
Yeah,
a little bit of a change there.
very cool. So, space junk.
There is space junk, and obviously we've got a lot of general aviation pilots, so we're not super worried about that for today's purposes. We are here trying to spread the message of what a temporary flight restriction is.
Okay, yeah,
and exactly not only what it is, but how do you interact with it. And it's not a verboten kind of space. You can definitely transit through it, but there are some procedures that are required prior to going, i.e. filing a clearance potentially, and then definitely some real-time coordination with air traffic control to make sure that you're doing what you need to do, and if there's been any changes to it or otherwise, that you know what those are, and make yourself as aware as possible to navigate properly.
How apt is there to be a change one flight after another? Should one ever take anything for granted?
That is never the case, right? Assumptions are bad, and I think everybody knows what that leads to. But we always strive to make sure that everybody understands to check their NOTAMs, check the weather, and do all those standard pre-flight planning that you learned as a basic private pilot. You keep doing that through the remainder of your career. Don't make any assumptions, and always check your NOTAMs. From there, changes real time are limited, but there are some TFRs that are special and they move. Typically they're presidential related or something like that, but for the most part they're usually active, and everybody can be aware and understand what the confines are, the restrictions and coordination piece, at least about 48 hours in advance. So it's not usually too late of notice for those things to just pop up randomly, and especially given ForeFlight and all the technology that we have these days that is graphically displayed for pilots, the awareness level is so much more of an option than it has been historically in the past.
Can something like that change as well, though? I almost remember, as I look at the TFRs, they're posted how many days before, or how
Typically, for the ones that we are defending, where we have aircraft that are supporting the defense of whatever it is that the TFR is surrounding, those are at least 48 hours, so 2 days prior.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're not apt to change once they're there?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Normally they don't change. The only time that it would change would be a pre-planned movement of that based on the timing of the event itself. So if the president's having a rally or a speech someplace, and we know that they're going to land at one airport and the facility that they're having the speech at is an hour away, we know that TFR is going to move every 15 minutes or so as that transit from the airport to the facility is made, and then subsequently on the return back to the airport. But for the most part, TFRs are pretty static in one location, 30-mile ring. Inside of 10 miles, don't go in them at all, but in between 10 and 30 miles, you can transit. You just need to be talking to air traffic control. You need to be squawking the right frequency, and you need to be on a flight plan, VFR or IFR, but you just need to be following that flight plan.
When was NORAD first formed?
We're late 50s, so we're about 65-ish years old, and we've been doing this primarily prior to 9/11. It was all outward looking, right? Cold War era, looking for Russian bombers coming over the poles or all that kind of stuff. Since 9/11, we've shifted focus, not really shifted focus, we've added to the focus of looking internally as well. So we do a lot of coordination with our FAA partners at Air Traffic Control here in the United States, and our air traffic control partners up in Canada as well. And we help, they give us their radar feeds, and we do a lot of internal coordination with them to make sure that anybody that is flying anywhere, whether they're outside the ADIZ or inside the ADIZ, we are aware of who they are, what they're doing, and if we don't, that's where we start asking some questions, starting with the air traffic controller themselves.
And to what extent does NORAD work in the scramble situation?
So it all starts with air traffic control. Like I said, that local controller on approach or a center controller, whoever it is, will have a matrix of decision making that they have to make. And once it reaches that threshold of concern for them, then they will reach out to us and look for approval authority to launch fighters. Ultimately, that is issued by NORAD headquarters itself. And we have a joint operations cell that executes that, or center that operates that. And then they will issue the launch command or the scramble command to the local fighters in the area. Sometimes, depending on where that special protected airspace is, we may have to pre-position aircraft airborne and have them in an airborne, we call them combat air patrols, CAPS, but they will be on station basically to provide a faster response time.
In situations that happen occasionally, one this last year or two, where a private jet went askew.
Sure.
And there was one a few years ago, a famous professional golfer, carbon
Payne
monoxide.
Stewart. Yeah, Payne Stewart up in, I think, North Dakota or Montana, something like that.
In such occasions or events like that, what part does NORAD play in something like that that's more on the domestic side?
Yeah, so we're looking at all different kinds of aircraft, both foreign aircraft that we don't know about, or domestic civilian aircraft here within the confines of the North American continent. For a situation like that where a pilot becomes incapacitated, the first thing we're going to do is try to get a hold of them on the radio, on the primary frequency of the area that they're at, and then subsequently, if they can't reach them there, they're going to go on the guard frequency 121.5. So if you have two radios in the aircraft, we always recommend that you monitor 121.5, just in the off chance that your primary radio fails, or you turn the volume down, or whatever the case would be. So that's where air traffic control is going to look for you. If we get to the point where we have to launch a fighter aircraft because of non-responsive communication from the aircraft we're concerned about, that's where we are going to launch those fighters. They're going to come and approach the aircraft, one in front to the left of the aircraft that we're concerned about, and then one about 2 miles behind, just to monitor the situation and see how responsive they are. Once you see that fighter aircraft off your left-hand wing, first take a breath, right? This is an unexpected, probably, situation. So if you are awake and you're just going through a Nordo situation or something like that, just hold off, don't do anything drastic, and throughout the whole time period of everything we're going to talk about, remain safe and consistent. We're not asking you to do anything dangerous or unsafe for your aircraft itself. But we get up there, one, to put eyeballs on the aircraft. And that includes using a targeting pod, which can zoom in. It's got a television show or television display, effectively, that we can zoom in on. And we can look in the aircraft to see if there's something else going on. In that instance, they looked inside, they saw that all the windows were frozen over, and they were able to determine that everybody was incapacitated in the aircraft. And then at that point, they knew what the terms were. From there, we're going to rock our wings, get your attention, and then we're going to try to turn away and lead the aircraft away from the thing that we're protecting, and get you to an airport that is suitable for you to land at based on the type of aircraft.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast.
Boswell.
You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Get ready to soar with aircraft.
Trevor Boswell, NORAD, great to have you. You know that 21.5 with about 15 seconds left to go here.
Yeah.
21.5 says a lot.
Definitely.
That just rattled some cobwebs in my mind. Thanks for being with us today. Appreciate your service. And we'll maybe have you back as soon as we can, because you're great.
Well, thank you.
We'll be back with more Sun and Fun Radio right after this.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Educational opportunities continue on Thursday, April 11th in Paradise City. 10:30 in the morning, 4-stroke Rotex maintenance with Phil Lockwood from Lockwood Aviation. 12 o'clock, Bad Hawk surveillance made easy with Gary Sadowitz, Bad Hawk USA, LP14. At 1:30, flying a weight shift trike, Larry Mednick from Evolution Aircraft, LP16. And at 3 o'clock, ground adjustable props, Do It Right, Montgomery Morgan, Ultra Prop, LP48.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day 0, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hello, aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of showplanes at Sun and Fun. Witness a stunning array of aircraft in our showplane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the Seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor, Redbird Flight. Redbird Flight is powering the future of flight training with devices, apps, and content that make it easier for you to master the art of flying. You can visit booths NE51 and NE52 to try the company's innovative flight simulation solutions for flight schools, universities, K-12 schools, and individual pilots. For more information, visit redbirdflight.com. Join the migration.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
What's your story? Aviation Media exists to attract, educate, and empower youth in aviation. Aviation Magazine strives to give readers insight into the future of aviation by focusing on aviation students, mentors, educators, programs, events, and innovative approaches to the promotion and continued growth of the aviation industry. All week at Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Aviation is conducting interviews on our special tram supported by Delta Professional Services with a program called Tram Talk. Jump on the tram and tell us your story of how you got into aviation. Stop by our booth at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar for more details.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, having fun in the sun, enjoying life, coming out to an air show, coming out this morning. Some of us a little sleepy after enjoying the best fireworks display I've ever seen. Gene Conrad, your team knocked it out of the park, literally. I mean, that was actually the most impressive, and that's just not just us saying it. That's just, seeing the comments online, seeing some of the feedback that's been presented. We can't wait to look forward to it on Saturday night as well. So if you missed it last night for any reason, come out Saturday night. Stay for the day, enjoy the show, but stay that night for the nighttime air show and fireworks. Today for us is April 11th of 2024, and we'd like to talk about real quick the Bash. Join us for a party with a purpose. Cocktail reception, delectable cuisine, silent and live auction. Get tickets. Funds from the Bash 2024 will be used to greatly expand the technology, capabilities, and learning value of the Florida Air Museum with custom-designed kiosks throughout the space, adding interactivity and engagement for all ages. Additionally, funds will be used to purchase a full-motion flight simulation platform intended to create an obvious wow factor and allow us to further connect with the audience.
Were you reading that?
I was reading that. Okay. Word for word, celebrating 50 years of fly-ins, a fundraiser benefiting the Aerospace Center for Excellence with the Florida Air Museum. We're actually going to roundtable a little bit, so I'm going to start here. My name is Jack Mason, a Part 91 dispatcher. With Publix Supermarkets. Yes, I'm allowed to say that on there. For the past 22 years, dispatching aircraft, realizing that there are many different fields in aviation. I always say when I grow up, I'll be a pilot. I don't know how to act my age. I've never been this old before, so I'm still growing up and enjoying life, but also celebrating with Sun and Fun my 50th year this year, so celebrating a birthday coming up in September. But life is great, so I appreciate all the values that have been given out here. So, and we also have with us today Mr. Randy Bibb. I'm going to let you take it, and we're just going to go around the table with some introductions and talk about how Sun and Fun brought us out here today.
Hey, good morning, Sun
Good
and Fun.
morning.
Well, I tell you that you're right, Jack. That fireworks display last
Yes.
night was second to none. I've attended to many rock concerts and outdoor events, and that thing was, it rivals any of the best rock concerts I've ever been to. So yeah, looking forward to another great day here at Sun and Fun.
And I got to mention also from the nighttime air show that was happening last night as well, Mr. Lee Lauterbach, and that P-51 is Crazy Horse. That is his personal aircraft they were announcing. So normally in the air shows he brings out, I believe Crazy Horse 2, but Lee actually brought in his personal aircraft in celebration with the 50th anniversary for Sun and Fun. So very special tribute.
Yes, thank you. Well, I was delayed here, getting in here by about a day and a half. I was out in Salt Lake City on a little flight, and it was a good flight. But coming in, we went through Dallas, and the weather was terrible. So they diverted us north of Memphis, and then back down to Tampa. So it was a little bit of a journey to get here, but happy to be here.
Excellent.
Love it. Love Sun and Fun.
And Randy, you're a pilot full-time, of course.
I am, yes.
Yep.
Fly a Phenom 300, Embraer, and a couple of Honda jets, and several different little prop airplanes from a Baron and on down. So that's my day job, yes.
Staying domestic, usually, East Coast, West Coast, or within a certain region?
Yes, fairly domestic, U.S., upper 48.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. And then to your left is Mr. Jim Goldman. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
I don't think we've
Good
had
morning,
Jim
Jack.
on the radio just yet, this week. But
Not this week.
Nope. But Jim's a pro at this as well, and his personal and different aspects of life. So take it away, Jim.
All right. Good morning, everybody. I'm a longtime private pilot, instrument rated, and a couple of different aircraft in my hangar. And I've been helping out here at Sun and Fun Radio for better part of 10 years. And the bash you were talking about, Jack, when you read that announcement,
Yes, sir.
I've been lucky enough to have been invited to that a few times, and they'll pick your pockets there.
Oh, yes, they will.
Oh, yeah.
But for a good cause.
Absolutely. And the programs here at the Aerospace Center for Excellence, our educational component, are outstanding. Our flagship product is our aviation high school, the Central Florida Aviation Academy, with about 325 students, plus or minus. That program is now about a little over 12 years old, 13 years old, if I get my numbers right. And we have had 150 high school students graduate high school with their pilot's licenses. So all the money here funds that program. Yes, sir.
Jim, with regard to financing that, as an average student who has a desire to get into aviation, what are the ramifications or the possibilities that could actually happen for me if I wanted that to happen for me?
You're going to have to be a good student, and you're going to have to live here in Polk County. So our aviation high school, the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, is actually a public high school, which is part of the Polk County school system, and we take the best. So you're going to have to do well in the regular school, get yourself on an application to get over here. If you're accepted into this program, there's a standard of performance you'll have to meet to stay here. Otherwise, you're going back to the regular schools. If you meet the kids, and I hope everybody does, because this entire expo raises money to support our educational programs. And when you meet these kids, we have some of them working here at the Sun and Fun radio station, but they're all over the field. They are cut above your average high school student.
They're volunteering their time out here in all the different areas. And I mean, what better chance to actually, not just in, say I went to the air show, but actually participate, volunteer in these many, many different fields out here and just get a hands-on approach to see what this family environment is. We also have on deck Mr. Trevor Boswell, Boat. He was actually the guest we were talking to a little while ago, but
we changed his call sign to Hustle, by the way.
A verb that we're all very familiar with this past week, getting everything ready.
That's right.
Boat was actually with us, and we just couldn't let him leave. So thank you for being here with NORAD.
My pleasure. Yeah,
absolutely.
my pleasure. Happy to be here.
Nope, thank you, sir. And then to his left, no introduction needed. You've been hearing his voice, for a while now, Mr. Tom Frick. Tom, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm smiling
Jack.
still. I'm still smiling. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube. Thank you, Austin Straubel, for the funding for this live video feed today. So you're seeing all these smiling radio voices in the background as well. But Tom, also a pilot.
Yep. Well, that's my day job. Is I fly airplanes. But I'm CFI, double IMEI. I'm type SIC and Learjets, and that is my day job. That's what I do is fly right seat in the Lear. When I'm not doing that, I am teaching, and then also been turning wrenches a lot lately. I'm learning more about the mechanical side of it. I'm a podcaster. I'm a co-host on the Stuck Mike Avcast. Work for M0A.com, and then I volunteer at the radio station every year, and whenever I can. I've done some off-site stuff, and then a lot of stuff around the radio station here.
With Stuck Mike and the podcast course with a career podcast, this is the understanding that at any age, whether, and you're talking about your career, but you're learning new stuff at the same time. You're never stuck in that position. You always have the opportunities to expand and increase and.
Oh, absolutely. And this is second career for me. I didn't fly an airplane until I was 45. So it's doable, and I can get out there and, I started and fell in love, It's like I took a Discovery flight and the hook was set, and that was it.
You were done for life.
So then it was private and then instrument, and then, all right, let's do the commercial.
There you go.
Hey, I need my CFI.
And it brings you out to Sun and Fun every year.
Absolutely. And I love it. I mean, we get here every year and we get to talk all these people. This is my 10th year here, so it's like made some really good friends here, and I just love seeing people year after year and reconnecting and see what they've been doing all year long and how they've been growing and what they've been learning, and it's just a big old family.
There we are. Yep. And then to your left, we've heard that voice this morning. Got to see his smiling face as well. Somebody did the description. Is Kenny Rogers up there with you?
Yeah,
but I mean,
all the time. I do sing.
You do sing?
I do.
All right, you got 10 seconds. Go for it.
That's all right.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Dr. K, good morning, sir.
Yeah, I am a natural health care practitioner, Chicagoland area. About 40 years is the same length of time I've been on the radio in Chicago, too, a radio show called Health Quest Radio. My dad worked for United Airlines, and that was it. They say that when I was just a baby, I would just be sidetracked by any airplane that would fly over, and I was bitten, or smitten, you might say. And as far as private practice, the expression, the credo, keep them flying, with respect to airplanes, I have that same passion for people like us who fly airplanes, to keep us flying as long as we can, and to do it as safely as we can and have as much fun as we can. That's why I hate to say this, but I'm a little more biased, as much as I live near Wisconsin, which is an awesome state.
Cheesehead.
I love Sun and Fun. It's just coming from Chicago, people are a bit more relaxed. Heck, somebody can walk by you and they'll actually say good morning, which sometimes at first blush, I don't know how to respond. So I just go, good morning. And then you can kind of get into it. And then you go back home and you find yourself saying good morning and no one's saying good morning. So it's a little bit of a whiplash, but glad to be here.
Excellent.
Sun and Fun 2024.
Thank you. I think some of the mom and dad have, really imposed on me, being a gentleman in life. So here I am, 50 years old, on the phone nonstop, calling, FBOs, car rental agencies through the yes. But I'm stuck from that, Southern hospitality of yes, ma'am, yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't have to say that. I'm only, 23 years old as a CSR. Like, no, that is just, that's us.
Sure.
We're just, and plus it's an aviation community and family.
Mm-hmm.
We all want to show that respect. I still say it, never burn a bridge. You never know who you're going to meet, who's going to be that PIC with you that you may have been, in school with. You never know when that recommendation is going to come up for, a better position in life. Just, you're making friends, you're part of this community, and it's here to stay.
I don't really think it's a good idea to hit bridges with barges either.
Not at all. Not at all. That did make the news, but, we're going to prevent that best we can. And that's part of, if it's in the skies, NORAD's, there to kind of help protect us. So
that's the plan, yes,
gentlemen,
sir.
as pilots, do you have any stories? Of course, they're going to be good stories. We're not going to say anything, negative or bad, but we really, well, let me take that back and slow down. We don't want any stories that interacted with NORAD. That's probably the better way to put it.
Ideally.
That's probably the better way to put it.
We like to call it a good one-time free air show.
There you go.
Because there may never be another one for you. Yeah.
Right, and that's the closest I ever want to get to it is the demonstration.
Exactly. Exactly.
We've all experienced the phenomenon that pilots sometimes make a mistake, ATC sometimes makes a mistake, but it's a question of what you do after that, right?
Sure.
You say, hey, I goofed. What should I do to correct it? How can I correct that? And that's what I think we're working towards.
And I think that's mostly what we see. We see a lot of ignorance or a lack of planning, and just something happens, and now we get ourselves in a situation that we weren't expecting. But we try to always emphasize, do the pre-flight planning that you need to do to set yourself up for success and mitigate as many issues as possible.
If we were to think about the lower 48,
sure,
what is the average response time in scramble mode for such an event?
We usually like to say around, an average about 4 times a week at about $125,000 a pop. So you're starting to add up, over 52 weeks.
Really?
Quite a sum of money, which is exactly why we are here. Our table's set up next to the C-17, and then like was mentioned, we've got a demonstration today at 4 o'clock, assuming the weather holds up, fingers crossed, that will show exactly what those procedures look like if you are, in fact, intercepted by a fighter aircraft.
And how long does that take? I mean, like when you guys get a call or there's an infraction, how long does it take you to intercept?
That's the $1 million question, because we never know exactly where it's coming from.
Right.
We don't know what direction of travel it's taken it, and we don't know if we have an airborne asset already or if we have to launch from the ground or not. So a lot of multitude of factors go into it, but we have predetermined time values of maximum allowable response, which determines whether we put somebody airborne over top of it or we keep them on the ground and just launch.
And I'm sure it depends which space they're
also that
breaking.
too, correct, yeah. Like, if you're in the D.C. area, the CIFRA, that's a 60-mile ring as opposed to 30 for the typical TFR.
Sure.
Yeah. What percentage of the time does a TFR penetration get abated without an intercept?
It's the majority of the time. I'd say probably 90% of the time we will launch aircraft if we need to. We will launch aircraft, but they never actually end in an intercept where the fighter aircraft see the actual pilot or the target aircraft, as we like to call it.
And I'm sure they tried to call him, right? They're like on 121.5, and they're saying, hey, you're in bad space, turn this way.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier. So primarily ATC is the one that initiates the conversation, tries to reach out, and if they can't, then they'll switch over to 121.5. Yeah.
But what is the biggest mistake, maybe, and I'm saying that carefully. So I'm a dispatcher, so I'm of course watching NOTAMs and et cetera.
Sure.
I think the biggest error that I've made in the past is not watching the TFRs for VIP travel, and of course, because those come up on a kind of a last minute at times.
It can seem last minute, and depending on where you're at, especially if you're on the East Coast in Delaware, the president likes to go home quite often, and so those are, those TFRs are up and down all the time. There's a standard TFR that exists; they just have it active where it's down. So the biggest mistake that a pilot will make is not checking the NOTAMs ahead of time. If you go to www.norad.mil/general-aviation, I know that was a lot of words and a lot of letters, but if you go there, we have all the resources that you need to be successful and the links to get to all the NOTAM checking websites and everything else that would get you to the right place.
That address again, nice and slow.
www.norad, November Oscar Romeo Alpha Delta .mil/general-aviation.
Excellent. Boat. Jim, I'm going to ask you two gentlemen to step away. We actually just announced we got another, guest coming up, so we're going to do what we call a hot swap here.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks so much for having us, guys.
Thank you. This was great. We've got, no, that is not an airplane in the background. That is actually just a golf cart. But we've got the live sounds of the air show coming up around 1 o'clock today, weather pending. But, we're going to kind of wing it, I guess, is the worst joke I could make of the day. But we're all out here having a good time. So part of the live air show is being live, of course. And what we just did is a hot swap. So those of us that have been talking, having a good time, we're excited to be here. And we've got our next guest that actually we're going to allow you to introduce yourself, sir, and tell us about your business. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks. My name is Mirko Hahn. I'm the founder and CEO of Aerosys Technologies. And we developed Goose, your digital co-pilot.
Digital co-pilot in which regards to, of course, electronic design.
Correct.
Okay.
And so it is an app. So it runs on your iPad or iPhone, whatever you want to fly with. We even support Android. And you just download it, and then you hook it up via Bluetooth to your headset. And then you just go flying and talk to Goose. And it's really like, you can think of it like an Alexa for the cockpit, really.
Okay.
You just
comparison.
you really just ask for whatever you want to have as a pilot. And you ask for frequencies, for directions to the next waypoint, for the field elevation in Olengi County. So really, whatever you want to know as a pilot, you just ask Goose for it.
Now we're doing the same thing, like hello Goose, hi Goose, go Goose. What's kind of the?
So my go-to example is always, hey Goose, start final checklist.
Gotcha.
And so imagine you're flying IFR just above minimums. You don't see the runway yet. You're flying single pilot, obviously, and then the last thing you want to do is have you end up in a heads down position, right? So you want to look out. You want to focus on what's happening right there, and then you just ask for help, really. And Goose will just guide you step by step through all your procedures and checklists.
I'm going to be a kid at heart here just for a quick second, and of course, years ago I'm watching Top Gun, and I can see Maverick, talk to me Goose, but you actually took that and implemented it into a real app.
Yes, sir, and that is.
And I'm not making fun of it. It's just but that's probably a quick and easy reference. Is that you need that reference, just real quickly to guide you at times.
Correct, very much so, and. So often people approach us and be like, "Hey, Goose died. Why did you call it Goose?" And I believe that is even a great reference, because when Maverick was out there flying the first time really by himself without Goose, he just got overwhelmed by the situation. And so he did exactly what you said. He grabbed the dog tag of Goose and was like, "Goose, talk to me." And that was the moment when everything changed really for Maverick. And that is why I believe every pilot, every Maverick out there needs a Goose to talk to.
Are we referencing pretty much just GA pilots to utilize this?
Correct. Yes, at the moment, yes. So since it is a mobile app, it is really just for personal use at the moment. But we're working on a certified version that can be implemented in commercial aircraft as well.
Gotcha. Pilots, I don't have this knowledge, but for an app that's on the phone or something like this, how is it getting actually acquired to be listened to through the headsets? Is it how does that work out? So if I want something on my phone to be able to Bluetooth the application, how do I use it in the cockpit?
Well, so it's actually super easy. You just hook up your iPad, whatever you're flying with, via Bluetooth with your headset, and so as soon as you basically could play music on your headphones, you have everything you need for talking to Goose, and it's just really straightforward process, and yeah. I think we made it as easy as possible for pilots to get going and flying with Goose.
This is an app-based application, of course.
Yes, sir.
This is a one-time fee, an annual fee, or what's available on that?
So you can use it for free, and you can always stay on the free plan, and we have an extensive back end where you can really customize your checklist. We have over 500 checklists already ready for download, and so the chances are very high that whatever you're flying out there in GA, we already have a checklist ready to go for that.
Oh, good.
And then you can just customize it to your needs, and and now we're still at the very, very free plan, so that's never going to change. And so you have all these capabilities, digital checklists in your cockpit. And once you really want to step up the game and go into the premium plans, we have one that is $24 a year or $36 a year. And so then you really unlock the full potential of what technology is capable of these days.
And very, very affordable. We're not talking about a very expensive product. I mean, very expensive product behind the knowledge and technology, of course, yes.
100%,
but very affordable for any pilot, any captain out there.
So, I might have missed it. You probably said this in the beginning. So, I'm going to ask this thing a question. How does it display it? Is it audio in my ear? Is it something that displays on my iPad? Is it a heads-up screen? Is it what?
Correct. So, well, the core idea was to not display it at all, because so when I initially started with Goose, I wanted Goose as a digital co-pilot to be as close as possible to a human co-pilot. And so you would interact with Goose like you would interact with a human co-pilot. So you just ask for what you want to know, and Goose would tell you.
Okay.
And however, over the years, so I've been working on that for...
So it's an audio response.
Correct.
Okay.
For almost a decade now, with all the research that went into it. And we figured that we do need, if the pilot wants that, we do need a visual feedback. And so you can run it as an app, and you can just swipe it in and out from the iPad, so you can overlay your EFB when you're flying.
Awesome.
And you can also just ask for a center of attention, yeah.
Can you have a message repeated without repeating your message again?
So you're now talking about ATC, right?
No, I'm just talking about a message to Goose.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Of course.
You say repeat, it'll know what you mean. It'll take the last message and regurgitate it.
Yes, sir. Exactly like that. Easy like that. You just say repeat.
And how about if you get called by ATC? Is there a way to interrupt it so that you can deal with ATC and then go back to whatever your list or whatever you asked it to do?
Exactly, yeah. So now we have to differentiate if we're talking the hardware version, which is soon to come out, but with the mobile version, you just say pause, and it pauses straight away. And luckily, all the established headsets out in GA already have these capabilities where they're blocking out the kind of the audio feed that comes through Bluetooth and give preference to ATC.
Sure.
So that really works extraordinarily well. So if someone calls you, Goose will be automatically blocked. And so you can talk to ATC. If you then didn't hear what Goose said, you just say repeat, and Goose will jump back in. And you can also always pause Goose with pause or mute.
Okay, that was a good explanation, because that's what I was trying to reckon in my head was how do I deal with ATC and with this talking at the same time. So that makes sense now with the audio.
Correct, yes.
We got about a minute and a half, and forgive me, this is Mirko?
Yeah,
Mirko?
it's perfect. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you. With the Aerotech, a brand new application, it sounds like.
Yes,
very,
sir.
Very brand new.
Yep.
But and I'm sure pilot feedback is very welcomed.
100% is welcomed and actually is needed.
There you go. Yep. Kind of, and like you said, customize it, per checklist and desires or anything that's needed there.
Correct.
Are you located out here on the field as well during the show?
Yes, sir, we are. Just right here in the Innovation Showcase booth, IS3 and IS4, and we welcome everyone want to step by. It's free to use. We even give away free trials for the full premium plan up to 2 years.
Show specials. Everybody loves those.
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
And for all the new customers, they can just sign up for, we're going to give away a brand new Bose A30 headset. So
5 seconds. Is it demonstratable in the booth?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
it's demonstratable in the booth, and you can just download it in the App Store. Just go to the Apple App Store, type in Goose Digital Copilot. Off you go.
And I'm sure there's a website if they just want to just get some general information.
Yes, sir. You can just go on aerosys.io, and you have all the information and the links to everything you want to have.
That'll be AEROSYS.com.
.io.
.io. Forgive me, you just said that, but my mind's not catching up there.
That's
so we're about to
right.
close out this segment. Marco, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time up here live on the deck. You are listening to the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We are live from the chats. I'm sorry. We are live here with Chats from the Deck. We're about to go to break. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A.
What's your story? Avianation Media exists to attract, educate, and empower youth in aviation. Avianation Magazine strives to give readers insight into the future of aviation by focusing on aviation students, mentors, educators, programs, events, and innovative approaches to the promotion and continued growth of the aviation industry. All week at Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, Avianation is conducting interviews on our special tram supported by Delta Professional Services with a program called Tram Talk. Jump on the tram and tell us your story of how you got into aviation. Stop by our booth at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar for more details.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you again by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Russ Rosleski, and I am now back on the deck joining Tom and Randy, who you heard from on the last interview. And Tom, who are we talking to now?
We have Gabriel Muller from Smokehouse Pilots. Good morning, Gabriel. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you? Good morning.
I am doing well. So what are you doing out here this week?
So we are here, Smokehouse Pilots is here representing our group. We are a social aviation club, and we're just having fun here. So having fun over in Hangar D.
So you got a booth over in Hangar D?
We do.
Awesome.
We do. This is the first time having a booth for Smokehouse at Sun and Fun. This is I started coming to Sun and Fun in 2019, so this is a new thing for us this year to have a booth for the club.
Yep. So as an aviation club, describe that. What is that?
Yeah. So
what do you guys do?
We do a few different things. So we are a social aviation club, as we call it, and this was started back in 2017. And we do a few things per month. So we do what we call a fly-out. So we'll organize fly-outs. We'll take 30, 40, 50 airplanes into different places up and down the East Coast, have lunch together. People fly everywhere, fly in from everywhere. So we fly out of Leesburg, Virginia, and we'll go somewhere. And the last one we went to, well, we were supposed to go up to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and we were supposed to take 50, 60 airplanes up there. Got canceled because of weather, but that's the type of thing we do. We do that every single month. And then in addition to that, we host what we call speak outs, where we bring in a speaker and we broadcast that virtually, but we also have a big group, and we do that at a restaurant in Northern Virginia. And then finally, we just launched a podcast called Hangar Flying. And so just this week, we are interviewing a wide range of members and folks here at Sun and Fun at our booth. So that's what we're up to.
Well, now, you got to tell us the origin of this name, Smokehouse. You guys into barbecue, or what's the story?
So this week I've heard, is it barbecue? Is it cigars? Like, where did it come from? So really what the origin of that name, Smokehouse Pilots, came from a few of my buddies and I back in 17, 18, somewhere in there. We were debriefing our flights at a place called Smokehouse Live Barbecue in Leesburg, Virginia. And it was, like I said, 4 or 5 of us somewhere in there. And so when that restaurant closed down, we had to go somewhere else to start that. Well, when we left, we said we needed a name. And so let's name ourselves Smokehouse Pilots. And so that's really the origin. It came from the fact that we were at a Smokehouse Live Barbecue joint, and that's how it came about. So, but we do not do barbecue. We don't do barbecue, just to be clear. But that's how it all came about. So, yeah.
Do expensive breakfast instead?
Yeah, exactly, right. So those $100 hamburgers, it's a little bit more than $100 anymore, right? But the flyouts have been fantastic. So those that are really looking to have a reason to fly or, meet other people while flying, that's what those flyouts can do.
And it does. It sounds like a great social opportunity for pilots, So when you fly to another airport like that, you do a fly out and you take you and 50 other airplanes with you. Do you call them ahead, or you just bombard them?
We call them ahead. So the beautiful thing about the evolution of Smokehouse is that we've been able to build a team to help kind of create this momentum, and it takes a team to pull this stuff off. So we're always letting the airport know, communicating with them, coordinating with them, the tower, and of course the restaurant if there is one on the field. And so in the early days, we would actually go somewhere and we would get a few cars and go somewhere in town and have lunch. Now anymore, it's let's just make sure we find a field that actually has a restaurant on the field, because logistically it's almost impossible to put 100 people somewhere. So yeah, we do a lot of coordination on the backside of that.
Sure. And I also realize that, this is not just a bunch of guys partying with their airplanes. There's an educational value to this as well, right?
There certainly is. And so we have, within Smokehouse, we have everyone from astronauts to airline pilots to GA enthusiasts to people that want to become pilots. You name it, we probably have a member that, has something like that. And so what we try to do is inject this educational component throughout the months, just to make sure that we're continuing to learn. So our mission statement really is simple. It's aviation plus community equals opportunity and impact. And if we can do those things, and whether it's through education or, building events that people can come together and have that community, that's what we're doing.
Now, you mentioned you're in Virginia, right?
I am specifically in Virginia.
Leesburg, Virginia. So is this a very regionalized club, or?
It started that way, and now we're really starting to branch out. And so I do have we do have a mission to kind of spread that across the nation. We do have members in every state of the country, but it's really that is the virtual reach. And so we just had last week we had a virtual speak out, and we had AOPA on, and so they shared with us everything that is going on around the hangar thing that we all are talking about, and the fuel and everything else. And so so we're trying to reach those members that aren't specifically up and down the East Coast in a virtual way.
I would assume you're on all the social media platforms.
We are. So we have a large Facebook group, and so that is a very engaging group. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in there, lots of resources that are in that group, and just really, really fun stuff going on in there every single day. We have a Instagram channel Instagram page that we're engaging with, and then of course we have a YouTube channel. So that's what we have. And then finally, as I mentioned, launching Hangar Flying Podcast. That is going to be coming out more and more now. We just, like I said, just launched this week. So that's a new venture for us, and that was because of wanting to have another platform to reach members and learn from, right? And so that's the idea.
Now, I get around in my day job to a lot of different FBOs, right? And some of these FBOs have just walls or doors of stickers on them for every kind of military unit and other folks.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a Smokehouse Pilots sticker.
I see them all over the country. All over the country.
That's good to hear. I appreciate that. I love, the swag thing is something that, and the sticker thing is something that is kind of small if you think about it. But at the end of the day, it's interesting when you're walking through an airport somewhere and you might see a Smokehouse hat, and it's an identifier just to say, hey, I'm in Smokehouse or something, and that's pretty neat. And so if the sticker's doing it, that's cool. It's something that swing by the booth over at Hangar Delta and grab a few. So
there you go. We can put them around. Help out.
There you go. Yeah,
we'll do that exactly.
Yeah.
So what if I wanted to join Smokehouse Pilots? I mean, you said you have a Facebook group and stuff. Is it any more formal than doing that, or what?
It's really not. I mean, at the end of the day, we are trying to keep this as simple as possible. So is this, if those that have Facebook want to join into a group, they can. We have some questions in there to kind of filter everything out, making sure that we have good quality in there. And we also have a website and tons of resources on that website, smokehousepilots.com, and you can join our email list on that as well. So those are the two ways, if you will, that you join Smokehouse, but we keep it really, really simple. That's really what it is, and always looking for people that just love the general aviation community and love connecting with people. That's really the goal. So
what would you say your most exciting or interesting or unusual, I guess, flyout would be? Where are some of the places you've gone to?
Boy, we have gone to so many different places. We went down to we went to Georgetown, Delaware last year, and there's a beautiful restaurant right there on the field, huge ramp space, and so that was a lot of fun. We had, everything from an L-39 to a Super Cub come in, so it was really fun. Huge turnout there, great spot. We've gone to First Flight, as a matter of fact. When we were able to kind of get back into everything, the first flight we took was to First Flight, because how appropriate is that, right? The first flight after COVID. Let's go to First Flight. We did. So that was a really fun thing, and had a good turnout there. But it was kind of like, let's get back into this, and that's where we started again. So all kinds of fun places we've gone and onto these flyouts.
Sounds great. So yeah, I've been to First Flight. They don't have a very big parking ramp, as I recall.
We covered the grass pretty well.
I bet you did. Well, we've got just under a minute left. We got to start wrapping this up. We definitely appreciate everything you told us about Smokehouse Pilots Club. Remind us again where to find you at the event.
At the event, you can come to Hangar D, as in Delta. We're in spot 71, right across from Best Aviation, and so we're right there.
And how do they find you if they're not on the field?
So you can also take a look at us on the web, so smokehousepilots.com. There you can find our Facebook links, you can find our Instagram channel, and also our YouTube page. So all of that you can find at smokehousepilots.com.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well, anything else you wanted to say with the last few seconds?
Well, I think the Sun and Fun Air Show is just so phenomenal. Thank you all for what you do. And again, our mission is simple. It's aviation plus community equals opportunity and impact. And if you guys want to join us on any future events, please do.
All right. Thank you, Dean. Over to our break.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio on WPEP 788 1510 AM and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Phillips 66 is proud to present the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center located at the island. Whether you're looking to chart your course or stay updated with self-serve weather services, we've got you covered. The Pilot Welcome Center operates daily from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Feel free to drop by and discover the exciting products and services offered by our sponsor, Phillips 66. Make sure to turn in your Sun and Fun pilot registration card to be part of the Pratt & Whitney Fly in Style program and have a chance to win fantastic prizes drawn from the submissions.
Since 1939, AOPA has protected the freedom to fly as the world's largest community of pilots, aircraft owners, and aviation enthusiasts, with representatives based in Frederick, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and 7 regions across the United States. The association provides member services, including advocacy at the federal, state, and local levels, legal services, flight training and safety programs, and award-winning media. AOPA specializes in making aviation more accessible to everyone.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live. We are being brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Go GBA. We're coming to you live from Sun and Fun 24. It's the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. And my name is Tom Frick. I am on the deck with Russ Wozleski.
Hey,
doing,
Tom.
Russ?
Good to be here again. Yes,
Hey,
absolutely.
Be here again. So who do we got on the deck with us this morning?
You know, we've got Gene Jordan from Mission Aviation Fellowship. And a real quick story, my first time ever here at volunteering at the radio station, I was doing field interviews. And I'm walking around with a recorder. And I'm a little nervous because I'm new at this. And well, I see the Mission Aviation tent, and I'm thinking, well, who is nicer and easier to talk to than a bunch of missionaries, right?
Yeah,
so,
you got it.
So, Gene, welcome. We're glad to have you here.
Thank you. It's good to be here. It's always good to come down to Sun and Fun.
It absolutely is, and today is maybe a little rainy, but it's been a nice week so far. So tell us, what is MAF?
MAF, Mission Aviation Fellowship. We are a missionary organization. We use aviation. Fellowship, just a big word. It means we like missionaries and aviation. We work in 10 countries. We fly in 10 countries around the world. We have about 42 airplanes, Central America, South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, all in very remote areas, concentrating on helping people that live in these remote areas.
So what are some of those remote areas? I mean, you said about 10 countries.
Well,
I assume we're not talking the U.S., right?
No,
Yeah,
no.
Exactly.
We do our training and evaluation in the U.S., but all of our operations are overseas. The Democratic Republic of Congo.
Okay.
Suriname, Ecuador, Haiti, which is a lot of problem today, but we want to be there to help the people. Indonesia, we're around the world.
All right, so obviously you're getting there with airplanes, right? So that's probably a lot to do with coordinating airplanes, pilots, resources that you're going to bring along with you. How does all that work?
Correct. Well, we don't do flights from the U.S. to these countries. We base ourselves in the countries. I happen to have been assigned to the country of Ecuador, where I flew for 22 years out in the Amazon jungle. So we served different organizations in community health, in community development, church and mission, air ambulance flying, preventative medical flying, anything to help the people out there. But bottom line, to tell them there's a God that created you and loves you, and we want to help you and let you learn about him.
Sure.
That's why we're there.
This, I mean, obviously is a gigantic effort and organization, and it takes a lot of effort on your part personally. I mean, why do you do it? Why do you personally, and why do your coworkers, I guess, or your fellow missionaries? Why do you do it? What do you get out of it?
Okay. And I can tell you why I did it, but I know I can speak for the other guys and ladies in MAF. We do it from a sense of serving others. We are told to love one another. We are told to help one another. We know that people that live way out in the Amazon jungle, in my case, when somebody's hurt, who's going to help them? Kid falls out of a tree and breaks his leg. Nobody cares, but we do care. And then they come, and why do you guys care for us? We care for you because we have been cared for, that we have been loved, that God gave his son that died for us, and we want to help you and show you. So why do we do it? Because we want to show others through our actions that we love them deeply and care for them, and we get to use airplanes to do it.
Well, we all do like airplanes.
We all do like airplanes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so describe a typical mission. I mean, you said it's sometimes ambulatory, sometimes it's bringing supplies, and I mean, is there anything typical about it, or is it like a different mission every day and you never know what you're getting into?
Yes and yes and yes for all of that. We use 3 words: help, hope, and healing. Help, I did flights that were taking materials in to build a school, taking a team in that would build or dig a well or find a water source so that rather than drinking dirty river water, we could teach people, drink this clean water because it's so much healthier. Anything to help them. Healing, I already told you we did medical emergency flights. The number one reason why I launched a flight, snake bite. If you don't get help, you're not going to make it with some of the snakes that are in the Amazon. A young woman giving birth, the baby's not coming. She's been bleeding all night. Let's get her out and help her. Help, hope, and healing. The hope is then an eternal hope that there's a God that loves you. So a typical mission was all of that rolled together.
Sure. So, and then how are you finding people? I mean, are they seeking you out, or are you like just flying over the jungle looking for somebody to help?
Well, I had the advantage of starting to fly in 1978. MAF started in the country of Ecuador in 1948, right after World War II. Our first pilot was actually a woman, Betty Green, who was a WASP during the war, Women's Auxiliary Service Pilot. She took an airplane down to southern Mexico and started flying. So the communities there, they knew the airplane. They knew what we could do with them, and they would, a community that didn't have an airstrip, they would send somebody over to a community that did and say, hey, what do we need to do to build an airstrip? Because we know what the airplane brings to us. So we didn't seek them out. They more looked for us, and then we knew what we needed to do with them.
Okay, and that makes perfect sense. And thanks for the history on that, because like this organization it didn't start last week, and you guys weren't doing this. It's been around quite a while.
Right, it started right after World War II with several that had learned, what do we do now? The war's over. Can we use airplanes to get out to these remote areas?
So obviously, as pilots, we think about the pilot aspect of a lot of this, and the flying must be amazing. I would like to hear some more about that later. But you're undoubtedly also looking for mechanics and probably some ground support personnel and these kind of functions. Am I right?
Absolutely. In fact, we require a commercial instrument and our A&P rating. So you have to be a pilot and a mechanic with it.
So you can fix your own airplane.
Right.
Sure.
We do have maintenance specialists, IAs, and people that carry the weight of it. But our typical guy, commercial instrument, A&P.
Because I'm guessing like a lot of the strips that you're landing on don't have FBOs and
no,
nobody marshals you in.
No free cookies.
No free cookies.
No.
Right? Yeah.
So, well, along with that, I mean, tell us some of your own war stories, I guess you call it, your missionary stories. Yeah. Where have you landed? What's been some of the most challenging and interesting places and opportunities you've had?
And I'd love to do that, and we could do it for a long, long time. But I think the flights would kind of divide out into two types of flights. Flights that brought immediate response. The medical emergency flights that we did, you could help somebody today, now. I flew out a very, very premature baby that if the airplane had not been there, it's not going to live in the jungle. They'd put it in the jungle and let it go. But to bring it out, it was in an incubator for 6 to 8 weeks at the Mission Hospital, and then cared for by another family, and then taken back in. I've forgotten most of my flights, but that one, to give this child back to its mom. She went through the pain of childbirth. The baby was given to this funny-looking white guy that flew it off in a noisy airplane, who knows where, and I got to bring it back. That's cool.
Yeah,
and then there's the greater thing of when you work in a community week after week after month after year and see kids grow up, they get an education, they get a feeling of who they are in this whole country rather than just isolated in the jungle. In our operation in Ecuador now, it's all Ecuadorian pilots and mechanics, kids that we trained. There's not a lot of gringos there anymore. That's been good, but that's a long time. Yeah.
Well, we're getting short on time here. I'd like to start wrapping it up, but we need to know where we can find you at this event.
Well, we are just as you come in the main entrance, you turn to the left a little, headed down toward the flight line. We're in a corner with a lot of other missionary organizations, missionary aviation organizations. We're all, Sun and Fun puts us all there together. It's great.
And then if they're not on the field, how can they find you?
On the web, maf.org. maf.org. Yep.
And I guess just a little more on that. So if I'm interested in this kind of flying, and I have my commercial instrument and A&P, and I go on a website, and real quick training process, how long does it take to get from here to ready?
Okay, we require, like I said, a commercial instrument. So we don't do the flight training toward licenses or ratings. You come to us with that. You do a tech evaluation with one of our pilots that's flown overseas, and it's a pass, no pass type thing. If you do well, then you start in a pipeline, which you join MAF Each family raises their own financial support, and then you go to language school, and then you start flying. So it's quite the process. And what I'd say very quickly is, if you want to just fly, go fly for the airlines. If you want to fly with heart and serve people, fly with MAF.
I think that's a perfect summary there,
It is,
Tom.
and thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the golden age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Have you been to Paradise City recently? Light Plains is an area that's also known as Paradise City. This aircraft operations area has static displays, 60-plus exhibits, and the Sunset Aerial Circus. You can attend educational forums on a variety of light plane topics. The lineup is available in the Sun and Fun daily schedule. All of this and more can be enjoyed within view of the 1,400-foot grass runway, where aircraft operations are conducted almost all day and only stopping during the main air show.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio, across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Get ready for the thrill of STOL, short takeoff and landings. The fastest growing sport in general aviation is making a comeback at the Grass Strip in Paradise City. Don't miss the STOL Invitational, part of the Sunset Aerial Circus, showcasing breathtaking skills on April 9th, 11th, and 12th at 7 p.m. Visit flysnf.org for all the details. Proudly sponsored by Junkers Aircraft and supported by our valued sponsors. Join us for an unforgettable experience in the sky.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you to the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The Engine Workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
We're back on the deck. Dr. David Kolbaba with me, Randy Biggs. Great day today. I like the idea we're getting a little relief from the sun, even though we wouldn't say it. It's Sun and Fun, but we're in the shade here on the Sun and Fun's radio chat from the deck live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you, as I said, Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Now, I know, Randy, you came down here, you flew, zigging and zagging through the country due to weather like happens sometimes.
We did.
But you know, you can never, did you make a good landing at least once? How many?
Who's grading the landing? You were.
Well, we're always striving to be better pilots. You know what I'm saying? I mean, is there such a thing as a black belt or the gold medal when it comes to being a great pilot?
You know, I think that's a good question, a good segue here. What we're going to talk about this next few minutes.
Yes.
So I myself am a CFI.
Great.
Taught at Oklahoma State back in the day, and so I know what you guys are talking about, and you know, doing it for so long, I've often heard of this Master CFI.
Yeah, and
Master CFI. Can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about this Master CFI?
I'm Jeff McCouga. I live down in Stuart, Florida, and with me here is a lifelong friend of mine, Mike Beyer. Mike and I went to college together at FIT and lived a whole airline career together. And we're here today. Mike and I recently received, it's not the Master CFI, it's the Wright Brothers Master Pilot Award, which is not related to being a CFI, but it speaks of 50 years of continuous aviation, continuous safe aviation. It's actually the FAA's highest civilian award given, and matching that is the Charles Taylor Master Mechanic Award, which speaks of 50 years of constant, safe working in the maintenance field.
Give us the vetting process for that, Jeff.
The vetting process is done through your local FAA FSDO office. There's a part of the FAA called the FAST team, F-A-A-S-T. It's the FAA safety team. And these folks are who you get in touch with so that you start the application process, and they go back then through 50 years of your aviation, and they will print out everything they've got on you and give that to you when you get this award. It's fascinating stuff. And you need letters of recommendation from 3 other pilots that have known you for most of those 50 years.
Can you earn it sooner than later?
You need it. Your 50 years starts basically on your first day of solo. That's your, because it's 50 years of pilot and command.
So you got to be at least 50 years old to
win this
award.
It's got to be.
By my math, I mean,
I'll tell you where to do the math there.
I'm just doing the math.
Yeah. So, yeah, your 50 years starts on your first day of solo, which, you know, for me was March night of 1973. So I got my award last year.
So this is across the board in the aviation community as far as what you do in our community, flying, mechanicking,
yes,
avionics, across the broad spectrum.
Yes. Yep. So, and Mike, you've been flying how long?
Since 1972, so
Okay.
it's been a little over 50 years for me.
That's great.
Yeah, I did not even know this award existed until about a year and a half ago. Jeff brought it to my attention, and he says, "Well, we need to get you that award."
Yeah, good.
So
Yeah.
he was the one that nominated me and wrote one of the letters of recommendation.
That's what I was just going to ask. Is it sometimes prompted by somebody who's maybe a little bit, as Mike might be, humble, that somebody else might say,
Yes.
hey, you need to go for this?
Yeah. And there are a few people I know who would deserve the award more than Mike. So I thought he's absolutely has to have the award. Let me read the plaque if I can.
Sure.
If you don't mind. The plaque given by the FAA, it says 50 years of dedicated service in aviation safety. Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration, the Wright Brothers Master Pilot Award. In recognition of your 50 years of exemplary aviation flight experience, distinguished professionalism, and steadfast commitment to aviation safety. So it's a small number. I think nationwide there are 7,000 Master Pilot recipients currently and 5,000 Master Mechanic Awards.
So do you get discounts at famous restaurants or anything with that? I'm just saying, what's in it? I mean, the plaque is great.
The plaque is
I was totally sold on the plaque. I'm just going beyond that. Any other incentives?
So the award and $4 would get me a cup of Starbucks coffee.
Yeah. But there are a number of people that have both the Master Pilot and the Master Mechanic. And that's cool.
That's quite an achievement.
That is quite an achievement.
I jokingly told Jeff that I was very honored to receive the award, but all this means is we're getting old, buddy.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
So,
I was thinking awards in general, it can be a pretty dry topic as you memorialize somebody, let's say, who's dead. Like what happens in life. And this is one of the times you get a chance to celebrate somebody who's, and I would say, still flying, which you're still actively,
Yes.
continuing your skill set.
Yes. Yeah. I've been doing a little bit of general aviation flying, and Mike's still teaching in the airline, so.
Yeah, I'm still a simulator instructor up in the Atlanta area.
Oh, great. So you mentioned we have a limitation, as in you've got to be 50 in there, 50 years of flying and such. We're saying 2 awards. There is not a trifecta. There's 2, mechanic, pilot, and
That's
so on.
it.
That's
Yep.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
it.
And can we talk about what you might remember or recall to be the oldest person to earn this award? As far as chronologic aging?
Boy, no, I don't know that number.
Yeah, so
but
you probably know
just
better
get-
than I
I
would
just wonder
about
what it
that.
is.
Yeah, I don't know. But if anybody's interested, there are going to be more, and I'm not sure how many. I got mine last year here at the FAA building right there. They're having the ceremony tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what time they've got it set up for or how many recipients there will be, but it's an interesting award presentation.
So we're surprising Billy Bob over here, the greatest flyer in the world. We can't surprise him.
Yes.
Oh, you can?
You can.
Yes. Wow.
And I've been to one where they did surprise him.
Who filled out the application? I mean, I'm not trying to.
His
start
wife spearheaded the whole thing through other pilots. So
interesting.
But anybody who feels that or knows that they've achieved that 50 years, they can actually nominate themselves, or they can have somebody nominate them. The FAA will ultimately decide if they qualify or not. But I would highly recommend it to anybody that has earned that award. Get in touch with the FAA FSDO. They were actually delighted to work with us, and just, this is an exciting thing for them.
Yeah, I was thinking with what the FAA gets pulled into, generally speaking, from the, person outside of the realm of, flying, one would say that it would more represent something would be dark and negative rather than something that is celebratory like this. So
right.
Did it change how did it change your life, Mike? I mean, I know we forget the incentives now, altruistically.
Well, it was a very humbling a moment for me personally.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of went in with a preconceived idea of what the ceremony is going to be like, but once you actually get into the ceremony, it's a very emotional and touching moment.
That's
for
great.
me.
How would other people know that something like that is happening, that they might participate, maybe unknowing, or is it just a private affair between close family and friends?
I sent out a general invitation to a lot of family and friends.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being with us, Mike, and well, appreciate your sharing your time with us
Thank
today.
you so
Thank you very
much
much.
for
We
the
appreciate
interview.
it.
Great.
A pleasure talking to you guys. Have a great day today.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take care,
Thanks
guys.
again.
Thank you.
Nice
Thank
meeting
you.
you.
Thanks.
Gentlemen, thank you for being up here with us for the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. This is we never know what field we're going to be interviewing or talking to this year, but gentlemen, thank you. My name is Jack Mason. I'm up here live, talking to you and enjoying this cloudy day. A little bit, Dr. K. We got some clouds, and the breeze hasn't started that we were told about. I don't want to say promised, because we don't want to say that we were promised winds. We were told about winds. We want the fair weather.
Yeah.
So
just keep that going.
It
seems like we're getting a lot of participation here today, though. And as I said earlier, just to get a little relief from the sun, and you get a breeze, which makes it an even more pleasant experience sometimes, too.
Absolutely. We're about 3/4 past the hour here at 10:45. The day is flying by. No pun intended. But we're going to do some shout-outs. We've been kind of trying to stay up with these this week. But
what is a shout-out?
A shout-out is actually just if you have a chance to not be interviewed or not be on deck, but you just want some special recognition to someone, whether it's, anything at all, but just your chance to recognize somebody or a group or a team that's out here, maybe with Sun Fun, or maybe you just got a recognition maybe of somebody at home that you bumped into, and you have that maybe that CFI that taught you and brought you along the way, and just I would want to do a shout out to them and just thank you for the personal tribute maybe you could do. So my shout out is just to my parents. They're not here today, but they brought me out here as a kid and just had the the chance to be that young at heart and grow up and still be a part of aviation and loving it. So
and back then there wasn't as much structure because there need not have been a reason to have structure, given the safety.
Exactly.
But so you saw it in the earlier days, which is really different as it's gone through its transformations.
A little transformation is exactly the word. I mean, I remember being a kid and we had to have special permission or a family member or somebody in the aviation industry to get on the flight line. But then later years, what a treat it was to be able to walk out on the flight line and walk right up to the aircraft and just see them firsthand. So the changes that have taken place through Sun and Fun over the years has just been amazing, outstanding. But shout-outs time. We're going to do a couple shout-outs here. I know we did this the other day, but we're going to continue. So we have Robin Eagles wanting us to announce out here that stop by the Robinson Helicopter Company booth to learn about the company's latest safety advancements and pilot safety courses. Take a shot at their impact-resistant windshield and protect yourself from bird strikes. The Robinson booth also features our own Polk County Police Department. Thank you. CY Polk County flies Robinson and booth N. That is November 1-3 and November 1-4. Robinson Helicopter Company, climb higher. We also have here Mr. Jerry. I'm going to say this incorrect, but I'm going to make sure. Arellano. That's probably my misspelling or my mispronunciation. I apologize. But stop by booth number 68 in Hangar Delta to register for a full CTP scholarship from Delta Professional Services. They will be awarding 5 scholarships.
Wow.
Scholarships are out there. They're out there, and they're not being fully applied for. I'm being told.
Could you imagine being here, and you're just here for Sun and Fun, and next thing you know, you get notified that you've won?
Yes. And being the dad of the group with the local Women in Aviation chapter for many years, there's the smaller scholarships out there.
Yeah.
But you have to apply. Just take the time to apply and just not let that list of unused scholarships, go out there. Miss Lisa Halton, if I'm saying that as well. Come meet Jimmy from Jimmy's World at the Airspace Auctions booth, Charlie 85, Saturday at 2 p.m. Airspace Auctions is hosting a meet and greet with Jimmy from Jimmy's World on Saturday at 2 p.m. in booth Charlie 85. We also have Save the 310. Come meet Jimmy from Jimmy's World in the Airspace Auctions booth, Charlie 85, Saturday at 2 p.m. Just a quick reminder on that one. Oh, I can't believe
I
that
know.
this week is almost halfway through.
I know.
Yep, today's Thursday.
I'm not even tired either.
No, the excitement's
It's
here.
just moving.
Yeah.
It's just moving.
Yep, the excitement's here, and we're enjoying this kind of life. So Randy's coming up with our next guest here, and we're enjoying. I keep saying the word enjoying because I'm just got that smile on my face. Once again, welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from the Sun and Fun 24 Expo, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo with live air show. Weather pending today, but we're not going to let that stop us in enjoying this kind of life.
Randy Biggs.
Randy,
you're
good
on. I see the
morning.
red light just turned on. You got it.
Yes. Well, we're here with a gentleman from a name we've all heard of. We all use these products. I have in my hangar, we probably have, no exaggeration, 15 A20s, couple of A30 headsets. So Bose Aviation products.
You know, it was a time in the past I thought it was Bose. I'm just saying Bose. I went with that.
That's
for a
how
while.
they say it over in France.
Yeah, we hear that every day.
Do you really?
It
Oh my
is. Yeah,
gosh.
it's a variety of different verbiages for our name. But allow me to also say thank you for being a loyal Bose customer out of the gate.
Excellent. No complaints. Nothing.
Good.
Just perfect.
Good.
We have the little earbuds that you have.
Yes.
I have a set of those. I got two of your little Wi-Fi speakers.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
So
and then a handful of headsets.
You're living the Bose lifestyle, and we appreciate that 100%.
That is so Bose.
It is completely, totally. Well, thank you for having us on, or having me on today. We appreciate that.
absolutely.
We're enjoying the show. It's been wonderful. We've been having a chance to connect with pilots from all around the world, so it's awesome. Our booth has been going great. So
I
thank
do
you.
have a complaint. I don't want to start us out on this, but
we're doing
might as
this live on
This
air.
is reality radio.
Perfect.
There have been more than one time. I'm not saying 6, might have been 6, 4 at least, as many as 8, that I've walked through the years by your tent, and I've had to walk on by because I'm not waiting in line. So I got to tell you. So that's. But then I come around again like a circling goose.
Yes.
And I land, and of course I enjoy, I enjoy what you have there.
Well, we appreciate that. It's always busy, which is a good thing because.
But it's quiet.
It is.
It's quiet.
When you get in there.
It's Bose quiet.
It is Bose quiet. When we, yesterday it was funny. I was doing some demonstrations for some folks during the air show, and we're talking through, and you feel the jet fly by. You feel it, but you don't hear it, and that's the power of the noise cancellation technology in the A30 that we're highlighting over there. So it's been a wonderful show, and make sure you stop by. We want you to come by our booth.
Mike, I got a question for. I'm not a pilot, so I really don't know the answer to this or a true daily use. But noise canceling versus noise reduction, I think is the other word.
Yes.
What is a good example of the two, and why is noise canceling better?
Yeah, great question. So I'll give you a broader definition of kind of how we do it, right? So, we look at noise cancellation kind of two ways, both actively and passively. So our headsets do it passively, just from putting them on, and that's a good thing. And there's a lot of companies out there that only do passive, as an option, but we add the active side. So what we basically do is we look at these sound waves and listen to the sound waves. We don't really look at it, but we listen to the sound waves as it's coming into our headset. And we create almost a polar opposite sound wave that literally cancels out that frequency. And it's in layman's terms, of course. I'm not an engineer, but and it cancels out really a lot of that low end frequency and significant amounts of the high end. And that allows you to hear very, very clearly in the cabin. And certainly, we've been telling this to a lot of the young pilots that have been coming over, whether they're a student, they're starting out. We're encouraging them, protect your ears from day one. Protect your ears, get a good pair of headsets for you because nothing is more important than having your hearing. Talking to also pilots, I'm deaf in one ear, whatever. And yeah, exactly. And what kind of headset did you start out? None. I didn't. I talked through, the intercom on the ceiling, and we're encouraging them, find the headset that makes sense for you. Make sure it has noise cancellation. Protect your hearing from day one. It's important. We're hoping it says Bose on it, but stay focused to protecting yourself.
We're with Dave. Of course, we were talking about hearing protection earlier. So this is going to be an investment. You know, like you said, you know, the product's there. It may not be the off-brand or something like that, but you're going to result later in life from having the off-brand. So the investment starts off from day one wearing a Bose noise canceling headset.
100%.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah.
So you're talking about the youth wearing them, of course. Starting off young. Activities at the tent. I mean, we're talking about, any pilots, non-pilots. What's available at the tent if they stop by?
Yeah, at the tent we're doing full demonstrations of we keep calling it the new A30. We launched the A30 last year.
A year ago already. Wow.
At Sun and Fun. And it's been a great year. But we do have banks of headphone demonstrations. You can come over and hear the latest and the greatest technology from Bose. We have experts that are over there. We are running a promotion. So this hopefully can get some folks, if you're interested in a Bose headset right now. We are redeeming at the booth, if you buy either the A30 or the ProFlight Series 2, which is our in-ear version of a noise-canceling headset, you get a free Bluetooth speaker. So it's you can enjoy the sound, put it in your bag, take it wherever you are, and it's just a thank you for being here at Sun and Fun. So come out and do that.
I really appreciate Bose for being around as many years, the decades now, and how they protect their brand. You don't see Bose being half priced here, and it speaks of integrity as well as excellent in the product.
And we appreciate that. I've been with the company a very, very long time in a variety of different roles and positions, and you're 100% correct. We make a product that stands the test of time, certainly in the aviation side. We make a product that will hopefully change someone's life for the better, whether it's a product in your car, at home, certainly in the air. And it's important for us to do that. So thank you.
One of the values that I think we all want to make sure is that, we have something, we take care of something, and it's going to last. Bose headsets last.
They do.
That's the behind the scenes, talking about the quality control to the product design, and years to come, I'm sure there's going to be the next product. But staying up with Bluetooth technologies and then the other frequencies, whatever's out there, I mean, how does the Bose team actually stay up to date on all those as well?
Great question. We have a full engineering team that is always looking at the latest and the greatest technologies that are out there, and updating every year. There's a new version of Bluetooth that does something a little bit different. We're constantly looking at that. One of the things that we did with the A30, and this is an invisible benefit. The A20 had been around for many, many years. The A20 was designed on an analog platform, so it was an analog headset. The A30, it's different. It's a digital platform from the ground up. So that allows us to do some different and unique things with the A30, and that also includes future-proofing it. So there's an opportunity to do software upgrades and a variety of other things that could allow us to do different things down the road. I'm not saying that we have anything in the pipeline, but it gives that flexibility that an analog headset just wouldn't.
Okay, you're talking about upgrades. And of course, the Bose app is available on your phones, your iPads, etc. So these are upgrades through a firmware?
At some point.
Okay.
Currently now, the A30 is not within that app. But,
okay.
There's opportunities into the future, but
gotcha.
it could be.
Gotcha.
But the benefit of creating the A30 as a digital platform is it gives us those options. To upgrade an A20, it's more of a hardware update. You're going to update something internally. This gives you a lot more flexibility. And as a sales guy, I'm excited about that because it gives us more opportunities to stay focused on what's new and what's great, and then highlight that to the pilot community.
So are you saying that I could make if I got to the tent, or would you mind showing up 15 minutes early so I could meet you there?
At the tent?
Yeah, so I just want
before
to
before the crowds come.
Yeah, just ask them, can you
come by and knock on the tent flap?
Okay,
and,
all right.
We will let you.
All right, we'll do that.
Mike, we got about 2 minutes left, so plenty of time to kind of wrap it up here, but talk about the product. If there's not availability for a family or a pilot, captain, anybody else to come out to the show, of course, they can come online and take a look at the products. And where do they go to?
Well, a couple places. We have a variety of different retail partners. So, it's important to Bose is that we are where the customer wants us to be. So there's a variety of different retail partners that are here at the show. You can find them online. You know who you like to buy from. Chances are you can buy from them, but you can also buy direct from Bose.com.
Yeah, well, but a lot of local pilots, captains like their local avionics shops. Of course, it's probably an item that they can have in stock, order.
100%.
You know, work it out that way.
100%. And everybody's getting so digital. You can click, point, a couple days later, it's at your doorstep.
Yeah, very true. We've talked about your location out here, but could you remind everybody where you're located out here in the field physically?
Easiest way to find us is we are directly across from the FAA building. So if you know where the FAA building is, we're directly across from it.
And you probably have a grand view there of the air show.
Yeah, well, we do. Unfortunately, we're facing the opposite direction.
Okay.
So we can't actually see the show, but we do have a space with some chairs behind it. So if anybody wants to come in, you can sit and you get a good shot of the
There you go.
show. So.
Mike Dodge from Bose, we thank you for your time up here.
Yeah, we
talking to us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Nope, absolutely. Great product support, great continuation. The future is here with Bose. We know exactly that it's not here today, gone tomorrow company, so you're actually getting your true value with that and investment. So,
no question.
Mike, thank you. Gentlemen, we're about to go to break here and then come back with more.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit Phillips66lubricants.com.
Looking for exceptional aviation career opportunities? Well, look no further than Piedmont Airlines, a subsidiary of American Airlines. Piedmont operates over 300 daily flights to major hubs like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Charlotte. They're currently seeking experienced pilots and aircraft maintenance technicians to join their team. You can visit booth A42 for more information, or you can go to their website, Piedmont-Airlines.com, to explore available sign-on bonuses and what they have to offer. Piedmont Airlines, where your career takes flight.
Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the Career Fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good morning still. This is Welcome to Sun and Fun's Radio's Chat from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Another group that's up here with us for the Women Shine is a group that has also been around for a good many years, supporting the industry and more on the female side. I am very proud of my daughter and my wife for, just all the participation they have put into women in aviation. So, Miss Kelly Murphy, I'm going to hand this over to you for Women Shine for the next 10 minutes.
Thanks, Jack.
Absolutely.
I'm Kelly Murphy, Director of Communications for Women in Aviation International, and we're so happy to be here and host another Women Shine. Today, I have the opportunity to speak with Stephanie Gavis, who is the Strategic Operational VP of all of Piedmont Airlines, and she's going to talk a little bit to me about what she does. As a little tip-off, too, we still have tickets available for our Sun and Fun WAI Connect lunch tomorrow. That's Friday at noon. Steph will be with us and having more of a chat, but thanks to Piedmont Airlines who's sponsoring our lunch tomorrow. Please come by Hangar A today to still get some tickets. We have limited tickets available, but it's a great place tomorrow to have lunch in air conditioning, a Prop 75. So, Steph, thanks for being here with me today on the deck. You've had a long career at Piedmont Airlines, and you are head of Operational Control Center. So tell me what you do.
Yeah, first of all, thanks, Kelly, so much for having me today. And thanks so much to Sun and Fun and giving us the opportunity to speak to you a little bit about Piedmont Airlines, as well as women in leadership positions, what I hold at Piedmont. Operational Command Center, we oversee our maintenance controllers, our dispatchers, our crew schedulers. Basically, in a nutshell, we keep the operation going from the ground. So we have about 50% responsibility with the pilot and creating the flight releases, flight following, and then just making sure that that operation runs smoothly for the day. This afternoon, I think we're calling for some pretty bad weather down here. And so if our command center were here or we're flying through here, that would be an irregular operation for us, which means putting back together our operation, moving crews, moving aircraft to keep those planes flying for our customers. So those are the most stressful days in the OCC.
I would imagine. So when you talk about your command center, how many centers, again, are you looking at for Piedmont Airlines?
Sure. At Piedmont, we have about 350 departures a day for American Airlines, where they're regional feed. We have one operational center in Salisbury, Maryland. We have about 100 total team members that operate in different shifts around the clock in our command center.
That's great. Now, I find it very interesting that you kind of started your aviation journey as a flight attendant in 2006 for Air Wisconsin. So what brought you from kind of the in-flight service to operational strategy?
I think I'll put a plug here from the luncheon. It's a little bit of a longer story than just 10 minutes. But in a nutshell, I worked my way up through flight attendant for Air Wisconsin, held different training positions, ended up running one of the hubs for them. And I met my mentor, Edward Leverton. He's our VP of operations at Piedmont, but he had previously held a role as managing director at Air Wisconsin. Call it about 7 or 8 years ago, he ended up taking the position that I have today at Piedmont, and he brought me on as a flight operations analyst. And from there, he mentored me and grew me into various roles to take on this position. So it's a little bit serendipitous, but fun fact, Eddie and I actually flew together at Air Wisconsin. He was my first officer in 2006, and I was his flight attendant.
Oh, I love that. I love that. So obviously kind of your education background, I know you like analytics, and it seems like that's what you have to do every day. So again, marrying that, you were in flight, and now you're overseeing all this operations. I mean, it kind of makes my head spin. Talk to me a little bit about how you've kind of married that education background with your passion now for basically running a regional airline.
Yeah, absolutely. So my background is actually in social research with a heavy kind of course curriculum in quantitative statistics. I'll save my story of how I made it into in-flight at Air Wisconsin through that. But every day we pretty much look at artificial intelligence and statistics on what we've done previously to help us make decisions going forward. So whether it's crew modeling or how we're swapping aircraft and using AI to try and help us make those decisions faster, quicker, and more efficient. But I do foresee this as a strong piece for the future in the OCCs across the industry.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. You mentioned the AI, which I think we're all hearing more about that. And you did mention you've got kind of a new system coming on board, which I can't believe you're sitting here next to me because it's all taking place next week. But tell us a little bit about that new system.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Taking that in strides right now. I'm just in the moment. So most airlines that you know today across the industry might use the old Sabre product. And Sabre actually comes from the 70s and 80s in terms of software suites. For example, it shows us how we move our aircraft from an application. And that's going to be no more. It's no longer supported. So most carriers are going to have to move on and bring on a new software or application, which we are beginning to do next week. We've officially signed on with the CAE product. And we will start with our dispatch software and then move all the way through our crew software. And a lot of those features for the future have AI capabilities to help us manage our irregular operations and day-to-day crew modeling.
Oh, that's really neat. Give us a little tip-off. What's going to happen here weather-wise this afternoon? I know we're all kind of looking at that, but...
I think we should probably expect a little heavy weather around 1300 if you're out there camping or you have one of these corner posts. Maybe get ready to hunker down a little, but it looks like... heavy and quick. So I think by 1600 we'll be enjoying a really nice sunset this evening.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I've got that expert opinion then. So let me talk a little bit about, so your career is obviously taking a different path. You were in flight, went to operational. I love it if you kind of explain to our listeners out there who are maybe young girls, young women really, thinking about getting involved in aviation and aerospace, but they don't know how to. And I've always said you can combine your passions. For me, it was communications and aviation, but maybe reflect a little bit on what advice you would have for those young girls out there.
Sure. I think the most important thing is, I think, to keep an open mind. Obviously, I've taken a different journey than maybe I had expected to. As a young girl, I wanted to be a pilot. I'm going to age myself a little bit here. But, in the early 80s, it just wasn't something that was as common as it could be today. I wanted to be a fighter pilot, and my poor mother, I think, didn't know how to break it to me, so she told me I had to have 20/20 vision, which I think I almost did, but I think what she was trying to say that was just around the corner. So I think having an open mind, really creating a big network for yourself, trusting what you want to do, and I think just a little bit of resilience.
Yeah, I like those. Resilience, having a network. And let's talk about that network. You did mention that you had some role models, mentors, really along the way. Can you talk a little bit more about, I'm sure that you had male and female networks and mentors.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I was playing in college basketball and had a horrific injury in my sophomore year. So I actually had to have reconstructive ankle surgery. And that at that point was my life. So I wasn't really sure what to do or what direction to go into. And I had a professor that really embraced me and said, Steph, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep studying, keep going after different goals. And so she was a really strong mentor for me and kind of got me in a different mindset. And then as I moved into aviation, I had different female leaders, at Air Wisconsin, and then obviously with Eddie at Piedmont that continued to help me go after my goals, reach my goals, as well as Julie Schell. She's our VP of safety, and that's a really important piece for her, is to continue to mentor, women and men. But we have a women in aviation group at Piedmont, and so we try and wing other women trying to get into executive or leadership roles.
Yeah, I love that. And I know that we talked too that at Piedmont you really are increasing the number of women in executive roles, such as yourself. So
yeah, absolutely. We have a VP of people, and we have a VP of safety, and then I have several senior managers that report to me that are also women that look at analytics and efficiency and other kind of genres that maybe wouldn't have been women-led previously.
I love that.
Yeah.
So be open-minded, get out there and look at all those possibilities. Steph, it was so great to have a chat with you today. And again, you can meet Steph in person, ask her more questions tomorrow at the WAI Connect lunch at noon Friday. Tickets are still available. Come by our booth in Hangar A.
Kelly, Steph, thank you for being here on Chats from the Deck Live 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We're about to go to break. Thank you, ladies.
Thanks, Jack.
Thank you so much. Come see us.
Hi, this is Jack from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. Don't miss a very special UCAP live episode Saturday, April 13th at 5:15 p.m. right here on Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the Vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And thank you, Seth. So welcome back to Sun and Fun's Radio Chat from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. My name is Jack Mason. I'm getting a little tongue-tied after being up here and having this much excitement for the past couple days. I'm joined up here with Miss Steph Strickland. Steph, I am Jack of all trades. I think you were kind of a, same Steph of all trades.
I like that. I was going to say Jane of all trades,
There
but
you
that
go.
works for
Yeah.
me just fine. Look, I think we're all tired and we're running on fumes and adrenaline and joy.
Oh, we are.
That's what I think's happening right
But
now.
I think your guest is part of the last night's air show performance, daily, of course, as well. But we're all a little tired from last night, staying up and enjoying that wonderful performance. So, Steph, take it away. I'm going to let you take over.
Thank you, Jack. I don't know if it was the fatigue or if it was what, but I got tears in my eyes watching that night show last night. I am joined by the man who does so many things here at Sun and Fun, but was integral in what we saw last night and we're all still talking about. So I want to introduce you to Dennis Dunbar, the executive director for the air show and attractions out here and Sun and Fun. Dennis, how are you today?
I'm good, Steph. How are you?
I'm good. We will talk all things night show. But in the meantime, given that we do have weather running in, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you just to give some words of advice for folks who are out there right now. What are you telling people?
Absolutely, and I'm glad you asked because we want folks out there to be securing their airplanes, securing their campsites, getting ready for some high winds that we're expecting. We're starting to see the winds pick up now.
Mm-hmm.
We're expecting sustained 20-25 knot winds. We're going to see some gusts up to 35 now as this front comes through. We're going to see some higher gusts as well associated with this front and this rain. I heard the earlier story say we were looking, it was going to be fast and it was going to be heavy, and that's about right. It's what we're looking at when the front comes through. But after that, it's going to be very nice. So we want everyone out there to secure your aircraft. Just make sure things are tied down, safe. Know where you're going to go in advance if you want to get out of this weather.
It's a really good point because I did bring a woman on my golf cart today and I said, hey, just spend some minute finding your locations and find your people, and I think we'll all be good to go. And I hope that all this prevention that we've done means it's not going to happen. That's how that works, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
And
okay,
I'm getting asked about the air show too, and just want to let folks know we did brief a full air show for today. We do have some acts that have already canceled because of winds, ceilings, whatnot. So it's sporadic what we might be able to put up. We are going to do what we safely can do.
Yes.
We have the utmost is the safety of our guests, our performers. Everyone is here as part of this event. So we're briefed up, ready to go if the weather throws us a nice, turn or something. But we're definitely it's going to be a smaller show right now if we do fly anything. So we are meeting again here in a little bit, and we'll have some more information out to folks soon.
You're amazing. I appreciate it. Safety is paramount. I am going to go back to last night because I woke up still riding a high. I have never, in all of my years of doing air shows and attending Oshkosh and some of the biggest, most spectacular fireworks shows on planet Earth, seen anything like what I saw last night. And Dennis, I know you as a friend. This was your brainchild. Walk me through this idea to bring together hundreds of drones and lasers and explosions and fireworks and the music. Where does this come from, Dennis?
Well, it comes from a team, right? It takes a lot of parts to pull this off. But, like you say, I've been doing these night shows for a little while now, and it's great to be here at Sun and Fun where I've been enabled to let the creative side loose. And we have these partners. I mean, it's many elements. We've got Nathan Hammond and the Ghost Rider Chipmunk. We've got Ken Reeder and Red Lion Air Shows.
You had their name in drones.
Well,
Come on.
And part of the reason we wanted to do that, Steph, is because these folks give up their opportunity to fly their typical solo act to their own music and do their own thing to come in and be a part of this team we assembled. Yeah. So it was nice to be able to finally put their names up in drones, get them a little attention in the middle of that as well. But, our Great Lakes Drone Company coming in and doing a wonderful job on Final Effects with the fireworks, Tora Bomb Squad with the pyrotechnics.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop there. I mean, those are our lasers, Laser Encore,
that
Robert
was so
Tiori. Cool. Those are the things that folks see. But there's so many other, our air bosses, George Klein, Cookie, our announcers, Rick and Steph.
And Brittany too. Yeah.
Sitting here looking at one of our.
Yeah, sometimes you hear me on the announcer stand as well.
And being a part, everybody coming to be together is what's really awesome. Yeah. So, when I was thinking up this year's night air show, I saw something at the Pyro Guild International I liked with the drones interacting with pyrotechnics, and we tried to incorporate that. So you saw, our sun, our logo, right, our fun sun. It was, on 1 margarita, 2 margarita, and I was like, can we get the sun rays to, go down, and then on shot, I want a wall of fire, they all did their parts perfect, and then, we put the A10 up there.
I was hoping you were going to mention that. That was one of my favorite things. When I saw the A10 appear, and then I heard the brrrt, I died. I was like, okay, this is the coolest thing ever.
So it was fun. It's great when all that comes together, but it comes together with all the hard work, and the hard work starts early on, right? We come up with the theme, and with 50 years, this was 50 years of moments, right? So a lot of the music had a lot of the moments, references, and, uplifting and all that, but we also took it to the future. And because, year 51 at Sun and Fun is going to be pretty awesome too. So we start with that musical score.
And you put a lot of work into that personally. I'm going to give you props because I have sat with you while you have described what's going on in your head while we're listening to songs. So you're passionate about that.
I love that part. It's really one of the funnest things I get to do. But, putting that music together. The problem is I take a lot of songs I like, and then I'm sick of them by the time we're done with this. But we take that music, and you're trying to visualize how things are going to work, like that part where we go from Eminem into, the Game Changer, and we've got – Nathan coming in with the pull. We've got 2 mini walls, all the effects right on that beat drop. That's it takes a lot of cooperation work and a lot of time spent by everyone to make sure they're in the right place at the right times with the right things going boom and all that. So
this is interesting. You bring up Ken and Nate who are flying. People assume they're flying through the fireworks. I don't want to. Do we ruin them? No. You know what? Let's just go ahead and maybe we'll just. Let's just say this. How about this? It's safe. It's safe.
It is safe.
So
they are not flying through the fireworks.
It just looks that way.
Open Pandora's box. We have there's a lot of parallax involved, and all of these acts are technically independent of one another. If one of them scrubs, the rest can go on. They're in individual acts. There's vertical lateral separation, and it's all set to look like they're all coming through, and I thought last night's optics looked pretty good. So we've got a few things to tweak for Saturday, and you get to see it all again.
When the fireworks concluded, What was your reaction? Because I really meant it when I said that I was, just so excited about everything I had seen. And I ran up to you as soon as I could find you to say you did it. And I know it's a team, Dennis, but I also know that that it was your brainchild to do something you've never done before.
Yeah, it was nice to bring. So this was the first time that we got, airplanes, drones, lasers, all the pyrotechnics and fireworks, all of that, all incorporated in the one thing. And it was a little bit of relief, but I could see Gene Conrad's son out of the corner of my eye dancing and having a good old time. And to me, that's the good stuff. Like, we're hooking kids, and we love the airplanes, we love all this, but kids these days, they want to be entertained, and not just kids, adults alike. I've had a lot of folks compliment that, and if we're able to raise the entertainment value at Sun and Fun, that's what it's all about, as long as we keep doing it safe.
Not if we're able. Mission accomplished. Dennis, it's been an absolute pleasure. I know that you have so many things you need to attend to, and I can't thank you enough for giving me a little bit of your time here on the mic to talk to you about something I know you're passionate about and all that you've done for us. Thank you.
And thanks for all you do for us.
Oh, I appreciate it. Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
It's just, it blew my mind to see it. I loved it so much, and I'm just glad that we could come and show people a little bit about what goes on behind the scenes to put on that night show.
Oh, completely. And then this is going to happen again on Saturday. So, the opportunity is coming back for all those that may have been, missing it or watching it live. Don't watch it live. If you've got the chance, come out, and the effort that was put into it.
You do have
in
to
your
feel
chest.
That
in your
finale,
chest.
that just slapped everyone in the face.
It was
We got to
amazing.
do that again.
Repeat performance on Saturday night. We are the 2024 Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We're about to go to break, but just remember the teamwork it takes to put this show on. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Major Cyprian Castleman with Civil Air Patrol's Florida Wing. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Fred's Market, a Plant City tradition of family dining and Southern hospitality since 1954. Founded by Elton and Evelyn Johnson, it began as a gas station where Evelyn cooked for family and friends. Today, Fred's Market serves farm-to-plate freshness at 3 different Central Florida locations, offering a buffet of fresh, slow-cooked food in a warm and fun atmosphere. It's Southern comfort at its pure and hearty best, embodying the essence of Fred's Market Restaurant. Fred'sMarket.com.
Sun and Fun thanks composite workshop sponsor Fiberglass Coatings, Florida's largest independently owned composites distributor. With over 100 employees and 300,000 square feet of warehousing at multiple locations, they cater to diverse industries from aviation to marine, with a complete line of epoxy systems to specialized coring materials. FGCI's services extend from individual hobbyists to major manufacturers. You can find more information at FGCI.com.
Sun and Fun Event Media Production is sponsored by Van Duit, a third-generation American-owned business offering adventure and commercial vans with perfect modularity for every journey at the industry's best value. Combining modularity, functionality, durability, and performance with unique features, Van Duit ensures there is a van for every adventure, budget, and mission. You can see their vans here at booths N71 and 2 or online at vanduit.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the Metal Shaping Workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden prop carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun Workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Hi, everybody. Sun and Fun 2024. David Kolbaba with my co-host, Randy Bibb. You're having a great time. I can tell you. I get the smirk on your face.
Oh, I love it. Having a fantastic, amazing time.
We're coming to you from the Jets from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun, as I said before, 2024, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Golly bee. If I'm going to have any more fun, I'm going to have to take a break from this.
Right.
Because we've got every one of our guests, I think, have been very interesting, too. And I'm not just saying for those of us who are in the mix, but those who are listening in from far, far away.
Right. Yeah, we've had some fairly unique, one-of-a-kind interviews already this Sun and Fun 2024. Well, we're all familiar with the pilot shortage and pilot numbers and the need and the natural attrition rate of the pilots in the group, and so it's quite a stir going on in our industry for the positive.
An opportunity for the young, especially, huh?
Young, medium, old.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. So we're here with Brian DiLorenzo.
Hey, good morning. Still morning, right?
Yeah,
I'm
somewhere.
doing good. All right.
So anyway, Brian's with Piedmont Airlines. So tell us a little bit about Piedmont and where you are, where you're from, what you're looking for, a mission statement, that sort of thing.
Sure. So I'll kind of start with an introduction myself, if that works, just
sure.
to kind of know where I'm coming from. So I'm the manager of flight ops recruiting, so I'm in the thick of it. So as far as the hiring goes, a little bit about Piedmont. If you're not familiar with it, with Piedmont, we're one of the American Airlines wholly owned regional carriers. We've been around a very long time, 1931. So
I have a suitcase.
There you go.
I'm saying, it's old and brown. It says Piedmont on it. It's like antique.
Yeah. There's a lot of those things out there. I have some playing cards from the old Piedmont. So we've been around a long time. Been through a series of mergers, and we've landed at American Airlines now. So we're, as I mentioned, we're one of the wholly owned airlines of American. So we fly regional flights for American. Nearly 400 flights a day to all the markets, all the small markets up and down the East Coast. Yeah, and like everybody in the industry, we're constantly hiring and looking for pilots and dispatchers and schedulers and all kinds of positions.
Well, speaking of that, what are your minimums? Who's the perfect candidate for you as far as flying? I know you're also looking for mechanics.
Yeah, so we're looking across the board, to be honest with you. Right now, as is typical across the industry right now, it's kind of the constraint are the captains. So we're really out there hitting the ground hard, looking for a direct entry captain. So the requirement for that is you have to have prior 121 experience, prior airline experience, or upgradable time. So we're bringing people from the right seat to the left seat. So you need 950 hours of upgradable time, whether it be in another airline or charter company. And as far as first officers, we're just looking for ATP minimums, which is typically 1,500 unless you have those college degrees, where it can be reduced to 1,250 or 1,000 depending on how you've gotten your training throughout the course.
And then mechanics also, that's a great need. Avionics technicians and supporting all the ancillary support.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody thinks airline, you think pilots. There's a lot that goes on in the background. And mechanics are extremely important for us, obviously. So we're constantly hiring mechanics. We have 7 maintenance facilities up and down the East Coast. So we're always out there looking for mechanics as well. And we have some great pipeline programs too that we can touch on.
So what happens when a person gets hired by Piedmont versus, I'm sure they might have their application elsewhere? How was it that they landed in Piedmont, you think?
Yeah, well, we really pride ourselves on the culture of Piedmont, to be honest with you. We're the smaller regional. So we're really, we have a great culture at Piedmont, really family atmosphere. Everybody knows everybody from the president on down to somebody working in a hangar. We're all one big family. And, being wholly owned by American, that gives you a lot of a solid foundation. I mean, pilots, for instance, have an automatic flow to American with no second interview. So, having that backing of airline like American, that's huge for Piedmont. Great place to land.
Doc, we talked earlier about for each airplane that's flying, maybe you know the number, I've read it years ago, that for each airplane, you need at least 34 or 35 people supporting all aspects of flying.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, and that goes beyond pilots, right? We want to get that out there. It's everything. Earlier we had Steph from the Operations Control Center here. I mean, perfect example. There are a lot of folks in the background making those planes.
Oh, sure.
Go.
Caterers and avionics technicians.
Absolutely.
The list goes on and on.
So we're not going to see a Piedmont airline airplane in an American Airlines hangar or vice versa?
No, we have our own maintenance crews.
Exclusively, so I would imagine there's some crossing at sometimes.
Sure. Yeah, but we have our own maintenance department, our own maintenance control, own operations control center. So
where's home base? Where you're based out of?
So our headquarters is in Salisbury, Maryland.
And the region, what region do you fly in? Being a regional.
Yeah, so up and down the East Coast. Yeah, our crew bases are Charlotte and Philadelphia, as well as Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Well, that was my next question.
I got you. So
what airplane do you fly specifically? The ERJ?
Yeah, 145.
145.
Yep.
Great airplane.
Great airplane. Yeah, 50 passenger, little baby rocket.
So upgrade time. I'm a new FO, shiny new, got the license sitting there, got the minimum time to move over, get that ATP knocked out. What's your upgrade time? I know a lot of pilots look at that when seeking a future employer.
Yeah, sure. And again, that kind of ties into the size. Us being the smaller regional, a lot of room for movement. So we typically, we advertise about 18 months to upgrade, but I can tell stories where folks have done it a lot less. It's, just taking on extra flying, and you just have to hit those minimums to be able to upgrade.
If a person starts with Piedmont, ends up at American, as you suggested, they might, not having to go through such an extensive interview process. Does their seniority time start at American, or can they migrate over the hours or years that they have with Piedmont into American Airlines?
Yeah, kind of unfortunately it doesn't transfer over. When you start talking unions, there's a lot of things that come into play there with seniority. So yeah, you do reset at American.
So you're hiring at, I would imagine, all of your hubs for support personnel and mechanics.
Yeah.
All of those. What are those locations again?
So our crew bases are Charlotte, Philadelphia, and Harrisburg.
Nice.
It's been that way all along, though, hasn't it been?
As far as the crew bases?
Locations, yeah.
Yeah, well, we added Harrisburg, I think 2 years ago. So,
like with any merger or whatever you want to call this complication, whatever it was, there's always the good and bad and the ugly, like where people on one side or another don't want to see this thing happen. What was, from your opinion, what was the get for this to happen for American Airlines did acquire Piedmont?
The get for Piedmont? Yeah. So I mean, it's just really that foundation of having that backing, right? I mean, we're not going away. We're growing unbelievably, and we talk a little bit about the crew bases. Those are American Airline crew bases as well. So when you do that flow, if you're in Charlotte, you theoretically can stay right in Charlotte and go right to American, and there's no moving across the country necessarily, with those being American bases. So just kind of good to be part of that, that American Airlines group family.
Oh yeah, and that pipeline's a big tool for you for recruiting. I'm sure that these young guys and gals are guaranteed at least an interview with American Airlines.
Yeah, and of course that flow for the pilots, there's no second interview. It's just automatic based on seniority, so that makes it real nice. But yeah, I wanted to touch a little bit on the pipeline programs for the new pilots, new mechanics. We have some great programs. I would encourage everybody to stop by. We can stop by our booth in Hangar A there. We can talk more about it. We have tuition payment program for the mechanics, so you can come in with nothing, and we'll pay for your tuition, we'll pay for your tests. And so from zero to hero, as we call it. In the pilot program, we have a cadet program where 500 hours you can interview. So we're getting folks in a lot earlier.
Again, real quick, this is Jack Mason for Chats from the Deck Live 2024. Just kind of stepping in. I'm going to let my two radio announcers kind of step back for a little bit and take a break. Thank you for your time. Scholarship opportunities, all the kind of good news that we're presenting up here for the listeners to hear about and to realize. I'm going to take a break here and just realize that there's not just pilots, but there's also dispatchers out there, A&Ps. It is not just a pilot career field. So, so many different opportunities. But companies like yours, making it happen. So, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time. Again, coming to you live. 50th year since that one 1974 little get-together, and then the official 1975, actual fly-in. So thank you to the pioneers. This was a dream, a passion. If I'm understanding kind of, word of mouth, that, the air show up north was full of snow and full of just, a lot of enjoyment that, hey, we can do that. We're down here. It's a little warmer. We're going to allow these, northerners to come down and enjoy some sunshine, and that's exactly what happened. So this is Jack Mason. I am actually enjoying this day altogether. Remember, tonight is Thursday, so you've got the Bash, a fundraiser for Aerospace Center for Excellence. I think last year they announced the playground, a great opportunity for the students and younger children to get out there and have a little fun on the playground. And every year, ACE is providing these opportunities. The Junior ACES program. If you have a chance, stop by the Bueller building, talk to Andy and his team, and actually, get a first-hand view of the Junior ACES program. This is a fundraiser. This is the fundraiser to promote aviation into the next generation's knowledge. You don't have to be, a pilot. That's what we were saying earlier. I'm a dispatcher. But that also means if you see somebody with a question mark on their forehead, you can kind of read their face. Take a minute. Hey, are you interested in this? Are you interested in just, learning? We're all out here to share this passion and continue it on and on. So one of those, of course, is with the daily and nightly air show. We talked about the air show being last night. Everybody just kind of keeps complimenting over and over what their feeling was watching between. You got everything. You had the fireworks. You had the the T-6s out there. You had the F-35. You had also one of the most iconic, recognizable aircraft from World War II, and then on the P-51 Mustang. So I'm up here right now with Stallion 51 with Mr. Marco Rusconi. Marco, good afternoon. How are you doing, sir?
Fantastic, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. I was talking earlier about Lee Lauterbach flying last night in the nighttime air show, and flying, if I'm correct, his personal P-51 that he wanted to bring out and actually fly in the 2024, air show. So was that correct?
Correct. So last night he flew Crazy Horse, which is the airplane that started Stallion 51 back in 1986. And it was a true joy to see him fly his a world-renowned air show, as only he can do, and take the horse through its paces the way he did.
Absolutely. So we're talking about Crazy Horse is his personal aircraft. What else is in the? Now this is more of a open museum, correct as well?
Stallion 51 since 1986 has proposed itself as an organization that allows others to experience warbirds safely, and specifically our focus is training. So as airplanes change through the years, and tail dragger skills have fallen by the wayside, there was a lack of knowledge, especially for people that hadn't had exposure to tail dragger operations before in the mid 80s. And so Stallion 51 basically begun its conversion syllabus for the P-51, which we continue to do, where we've graduated 233 grads since 1986, which is quite remarkable. And as well, because we fly dual seat, dual control Mustangs, we actually allow the general public to be able to come and actually fly the Mustang through our orientation flight program. Yeah.
So I'm not a pilot. I admire someday to become a pilot, but I still, as just an enthusiast, have the chance and opportunity to still come out and fly.
Correct. Yes. The FAA is currently revamping its organizational exemptions to allow us to fly the general public. But up until January, and hopefully shortly, even pilots, people that do not have any aviation background should be able to come and see us and do that. Yeah.
So, Marco, what is your title exactly with the organization?
I'm currently the CEO of Stallion 51. I have this incredible privilege to lead such a magnificent team that is incredibly passionate about what we do and about the airplane, and mostly the only thing better than doing what you love is sharing it with others,
Absolutely.
right? And
Absolutely.
And so for us every day to be able to engage with the public that come and see us for that specific purpose, there doesn't give us any greater joy. Yeah.
And we're talking about location. Where is that exactly?
Yeah, we're located in Kissimmee, just beside Orlando. That's where Stallion 51 has been since its inception. And the airport is very friendly to our operation, and also the airspace surrounding the Kissimmee Airport allows us to be able to carry out our operations quite safely.
For those of you traveling into Central Florida, please realize that it is not Kissimmee, it is Kissimmee. So we're both locals, to Florida, and we've heard that probably mispronounced many times, along with other, Florida cities over the years. But Kissimmee, Florida, right next to Orlando, Florida. So a great spot to vacation, of course, and have the opportunity to, to see Stallion 51.
Absolutely, and so our focus has been the Mustang, and then the Mustang is the fighter, the iconic fighter. In World War II, the training program would include training in the T6, which is the trainer for the Mustang as well.
The T6 being fully designed since initiation, to be a trainer.
Correct. By the same company that actually built the Mustang in the first place, North American Aviation.
And people are going to be like, Jack, come on, you should know this, but this is North America?
North American Aviation.
North American Aviation.
Based out of Inglewood originally. Yeah.
Okay.
And so part of our focus, in addition to Mustang training and orientation flying, is also the T6 training and orientation. So we will take someone who has not flown the T6 before, who has interest in the Mustang, and we'll actually put them through a comprehensive checkout program.
Wow.
For the T6 as well. Being a little less system intensive, we can actually fly the public in the front seat of the T6, and that's very, very interesting.
So get your cameras ready.
Exactly,
definitely
for that, and it's quite special all around. I'll tell you a little bit about the checkout syllabus for both T6 and Mustang. Someone that comes to us with a solid tail dragger background, so tail dragger endorsement, maybe 50 hours of tail dragger time. The syllabus is quite intensive, and normally through about 6 sorties total, we'll be able to get Canada through in 1 week's time.
Yeah. 1 week?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that was my next question was, I'm looking at taking a month off or longer, but no, 1 week, that's amazing.
1 week's time, provided that, comfort levels and safety and comfort level are always at the forefront, but on average, candidates respond quite well to, or statistically, it ends up happening about
Gotcha.
one week.
Gotcha.
So it's quite nice. Yeah.
So we've got the knowledge of the P-51, the T-6. What else is in the fleet?
Well, I also want to tell you about, so you watched Lee fly
Absolutely,
his
we sure did.
incredible demo. And then two of our graduates in the last few years have been, they actually met at Stallion, and they started working together with their personal Mustangs. And they've currently formed a two-plane aerobatic team. They call themselves the Jack Aces. You'll see them flying actually this weekend here at Sun and Fun.
Excellent, excellent.
And they not only fly two Mustangs feet apart, but they also fly formation aerobatics together, which is something quite unique. There's one other team called the Horsemen that they've done it for many, many years. And the Jack Aces, I just want to commend them for their dedication and commitment to the cause and to the practice. They do a fantastic job.
Excellent team. I actually think they performed the other day. We had the chance to see them already, so they've been doing great. Yeah. I'm a Part 91 dispatcher, and of course we have our N numbers on our aircraft. And there's some personal heritage with each N number. So the call signs or the nicknames of the aircraft. We have Crazy Horse.
Yeah, absolutely.
What are some of the others?
So we run, there's a total of 4 TF-51s at Stallion currently.
Okay.
Crazy Horse, the airplane that started it all. Crazy Horse 2 used to be a racer, actually.
Okay.
It used to be called something else, and actually it set some speed records in Reno before its TF-51 conversion. And then Mad Max is another TF-51 that's personally owned. And then the Little Witch.
The Little
Witch flying around. It's incredible. They're the same type of aircraft built by the same company, but just like horses, each one of them has their own personality, and it's fascinating
Absolutely.
to actually feel that when you fly the different airplanes.
I believe one of them, or maybe a couple of them, actually had a significance in the production line, whether it was at the beginning of production or at the end of production.
Horse 1 is actually one of the few TF-51s out there that actually still has Temco parts.
Wow.
What does that mean? Two dual seat, dual control airplanes were actually never produced by North American. That was a modification that was incurred at the end of the production line of the Mustang in Dallas by a company called Temco. As a pilot project, they modified 12 airplanes and to see if the dual seat, dual control would work.
Mm-hmm.
And Crazy Horse 1 has some parts from Temco, from that actual modification in it, which is incredible.
Which shows the production was built to last. Most definitely. I mean, you're finding some of the original parts, some of those names in there that, or will have to be, remanufactured? No, sorry, you can't really remanufacture some of those, I'm sure, but you have to, remake from scratch?
Well, there's so much passion for this airplane. They built over 15,600 of them. There's about 160 flying worldwide, 22 of which or so are dual seat, dual control.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so much passion for this airplane, as I was saying, that maintenance shops they're actually retooling and remanufacturing and to certify parts to be able to actually do that, as well as engine shops as well. So they all guarantee us that certainly for the next 30 years there'll be Mustangs flying in the air.
Here to last, at least for a while. And that's what we want to see. We do want the next generation to actually have the opportunity to go up and go to see it firsthand on site, watch the air shows year after year, and just realize where they came from. And I'm not just talking about a manufacturer standpoint, but the actual value of what America is today.
Well, I got to tell you, it is such a privilege every day to step into a national monument and be able to share it with others. The mission that the airplane is undertaking, certainly in our organization, is exactly that. It's to continue to tell its incredible story and the greater story as a whole of this incredible effort.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, the team's been coming out to Sun and Fun how many years now?
Exactly. Well, Stallion 51 has been participating at Stallion Fun or Sun and Fun ever since pretty much the beginning, and the Lee's Iconic Show has been just a staple at the show.
Absolutely.
And but I got to tell you, last night was probably one of the greatest shows that he's ever flown. It was quite special.
Yeah, I mean, the nighttime air show is his most unique aspect. Meaning, during the daytime air show, you've got many different aircraft, but there's just more of a a relaxed feeling at times. During the nighttime air show, you're kick back. It's end of the day, and you're just looking up at the gentleman running the. Like I said, the F-35, the Mustangs, performing the glider aircraft. It's got so unique, and they did such a good job with it. And and Lee and the entire team just putting on that performance. So, just outstanding. What else is here? Of course, we know Crazy Horse is going to be here at Sun and Fun this year. What else can we walk up and see?
Well, if you're walking by our display on the Warbird ramp, please come in and come say hi. We'd love to tell you about the Mustang. We'd be happy to answer all the questions that you have. Come talk to us about Mustang or T6 training. We're going to be located there till Sunday morning.
Okay.
And we'd love to tell you more about what we do.
Part of my job, of course, is scheduling. What is your schedule? I mean, are you able to plan a year in advance to get into the T6 or a month? What's the time frame?
That's a great question. So our schedule does fill up based on demand. Obviously, with the higher temperatures in the summertime, things kind of slow down for us. And our flying program actually is obviously very weather dependent, and so we in the summertime our afternoons are somewhat limited. But please don't hesitate to pick up the phone and call us, and we'll be able to fit or do our best to fit you
Absolutely.
in.
Absolutely. Everything's gotten so digital these days, so I'm sure Stallion 51 has a website.
Absolutely. Look us up www.stallion51.com.
Excellent. We're up here with Marco and Stallion 51, a beautiful tribute to American heritage and the opportunity to fly, get some training first, of course, and fly, or just, go back in time, I guess you could say. So, Marco, we thank you for being up here with the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. This is Chats from the Deck live, of course, and we're on video this year, so thank you, Austin Straubel International Airport, for providing the sponsorship for our live video feed that you can find on YouTube, through Facebook. You can find us at liveatc.net/Sun and Fun. We're about to go to break, but stay tuned.
Hello, this is Twee from Asian Woman in Aviation and Aerospace. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org, is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Welcome to Paradise City, presented by Junkers. Explore the world of light planes in this vibrant area featuring static displays, exhibits, demonstration flights, and forums on specific light plane topics. Check the daily schedule for forum details. Enjoy the action from the 826 grass strip with aircraft operations buzz all day long. And pilots, don't miss out on aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday the 12th at noon. Join us at Paradise City for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun.
Sun and Fun sends a special thank you to the premier sponsors of our volunteer t-shirts. Textron Aviation, textav.com. Visit centralflorida.org, CAE.com, and McFarlaneAviation.com for sponsoring the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. These sponsors recognize the importance of volunteers' work and time to make each Sun and Fun a success and show their support by providing t-shirts as a small token of appreciation.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day 0, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org. Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the golden age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
And now back to Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Strobel International Airport.
And welcome back to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Strobel International Airport. We're coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm Dave Shellbitter, chairman of the station. Usually I come in on the morning show and then I turn it over to my capable co-chairman, Jack.
Compliments. Bring them on. I'll take them.
And Jack generally has been running the air show, but every once in a while I jump on because I want to do an interview. There are people that I want to be in on the interview. And right before our Back to the Deck announcement, you heard a very cute voice give an announcement for Travel Shoreline. Up on deck with me now are Glenn and Sarah Rutland from Shoreline, and I'm just going to do it all. It's Shoreline Aviation Services, Travel Shoreline, Shoreline Aviation Insurance, and Holland Productions. That's right. They have an advertising specialty company that, because of FCC rules, we can't say their name on the air because they call themselves Holland. So, welcome back to the deck, guys. And this year, not only are you radio sponsors, advertisers, this year you're radio volunteers. That's so cool. Thank you for the years. I mean, how long ago was it that Meekstees introduced us?
It was a long time ago, and we're great. We're really glad to be back and happy to be part of the volunteer team as well.
And we're glad you're here. Now, who do we want to cover first? Travel Shoreline, Travel Aviation Insurance, Travel Aviation Services?
Well, let's talk about Shoreline Aviation Insurance.
Okay. Go ahead. Travel Shoreline. You offer aviation insurance.
Right.
Tell me about what kind of insurances you offer and why we need to use you as opposed to Geico.
Okay. Well, Shoreline Aviation Insurance, we are a niche market insurance agency that specializes in aviation risk. So that's everything from airplanes to aviation businesses, to projects, to properties.
Air show radio stations?
If it's a aviation risk, we can write it. We have resources for all of that.
I didn't even think about it till just maybe right now, but even FBOs.
Oh, yeah, we do FBOs, fuel farms, with fuel trucks. FBOs have a whole range of types of coverage that they need.
I'm curious because they have airport cars generally. You know, FBOs have an airport car, have
Correct.
a lot of cars. Is that also covered under their
It
insurance?
is. They'll have a commercial policy, auto policy that will handle that, where they're not really rental cars. Those are loaner cars
Right.
they allow the pilots and crews to use.
And so I'm thinking about buying an airplane, and I'm thinking ahead. I'm thinking about insurance before I buy my airplane.
Well, that's a good idea.
What kind of information do I need to be aware of before considering buying a certain aircraft when it comes to getting my insurance? What do you base insurability on?
Well, the insurability really is determined by the underwriters. And so you're going to look at your pilot qualifications. You're going to look at the type of operations they're going to use and where they're going to be based, what their background in aviation is. So our little tagline and key to success is our relationships with our customers and with our underwriters. So we talk to them. You don't just push something in a computer and we push it on to the underwriters. We talk to you. When you make a phone call, we answer the phone. It's not a computer.
I love that. And you don't even have the automated answering before you get to a human. You call them and they answer the phone, which is so lost in today's business world.
Anytime, weekends, nights, because if you're, especially in the business world, if you're managing an airplane, you don't have time to talk to your insurance agent during the day. You're busy.
Right.
So
you answer your phone at
Jack
night.
calls me at 9 o'clock at night. I'm going to answer the phone.
Well, thank you. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but it's nice
Right,
knowing that the
exactly.
customer service is there.
But sometimes that's when you have time to talk about your next upcoming project.
Now, I'm a freshly minted pilot. The ink is still wet on my pilot certificate. I want to go out and buy a Cirrus. Can I get insurance?
It depends if you want somebody else to fly your airplane.
Good point.
There are ways.
For our non-flying public, why would an insurance company say, no, we're not going to insure you in that car? Or in that airplane, I'm sorry, in an airplane.
Well, the insurance companies want to see you with an appropriate aircraft for your experience level. And then they want to say, okay, well, so now you get your private pilot license and you want to jump to a jet. No, they want to see you make that transition from a training type aircraft to a high performance aircraft to a complex aircraft and gain experience. And that's where you get your best bets. And we try to help guide our clients, because there are some folks, they're going to get our license and we're going to use it for business, and they want to jump right into a Bonanza or a Cirrus. Just not a good choice. And there's a whole lot of reasons why. And the reason our underwriters like us is because we know aviation. That's the difference in Shoreline. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, we've done it. So we can help guide you, and we give the underwriters the right information, and we present the right risk to the right underwriter.
And I'm sure there's the flip side where you're a new pilot, getting into it, but you're also a seasoned pilot, but you're not using the aircraft that often.
That's right.
As well. So you got, a mixture between those two that the underwriters may want to evaluate that, possibly. Just, it's a once per month aircraft, utilization, or once a quarter. Who knows?
Currency is important.
Most definitely.
Well, and going with it's not just number of hours, because I could have 5,000 hours, but 10 new hours in the last 6 months. That's going to be taken into account. It's not like a car. I can go down to the Lamborghini dealership and write them a big fat stinky check and call State Farm and say, "Hey, I just bought a Lamborghini. Insure it." Okay, sure, we'd love to. Aviation is a whole lot different than that, so we got to make sure. Now, what I've sent you people in the past, and one guy I specifically remember one instance where the guy was on social media and he was kind of aggravated, not really raging, but semi-venting about not being able to get the insurance that he needs. And I sent him to you, and a week or so later I reached out, "Hey, whatever happened?" It all disappeared. My first thought was, cool, the guy's he's not complaining anymore. Sarah must have taken care of him. But afterwards you said, no, he called us, and I forget if it was all of his experience was in tail draggers, and he was buying a tricycle complex, retractable gear, and the insurance companies didn't want to touch him because of the hours and the inexperience in that aircraft. And I think he was, it was one of those that there are people that you give them a reason and they don't like it, so they just keep going down the line until they get somebody that gives them the reason they can't do it in a way that they understand. Or they say, yeah, fine, throw me enough money, I'll insure you. But I was very impressed that literally, the guy had gone on repeatedly about his insurance problems. And I'm like, call Sarah. I think I gave him your website, but also tagged you in the post.
Right.
and you got a hold of the guy and talked with him, and he gave up what he was doing, or at least gave up complaining about it because of the way you talked to him. Now we got about two and a quarter minutes left here before we have to go to a break. So you guys are here volunteering with the radio station. Thank you so much. You're a radio sponsor. Thank you so much, radio advertiser. What else can we tell people about Shoreline Aviation Insurance in 1 minute?
Dave, I'll talk slow, but I'll try to do it in a minute. We have a slogan here at Shoreline. If you're doing it in aviation, we've probably been there.
Yeah.
And I'd like to give kudos to Sarah, my business partner, that she has an incredible background. I don't sometimes the audience or our customers don't get a chance to know about her background or our background. But her first career, she was a firefighter, paramedic down in Fort Lauderdale.
I knew a lot. I didn't know that one. I know a lot of your background. I didn't realize that. Okay,
yeah.
Please
And
continue.
She retired from that occupation and got into aviation. She acquired her private, commercial, single instrument rating, single engine, multi-engine rating, instructor's rating in a very, very short time, and also her ATP, the highest rating you can get in aviation. We've been managing corporate jets. Then she got into the corporate jet world, and Sarah and I have been managing corporate jets now for over 14, 15 years.
That's
She
great.
also came to me one day and said we should start a flight school. I said, you're crazy. We don't need to start a flight school, but we did. Ran a very successful flight school for 6 years. Then after that, she said we should get into the insurance business. I said, now I know you're crazy, but, but
and the rest, as
I
they say,
wonder-
is history.
Most people, what gives us the advantage is our background. Sarah's background, my background, and our other agents.
Shoreline Aviation Insurance, Shoreline Aviation Services, flysassy.com. We're running a couple seconds over. Please take us into an announcement break.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can join for free to access guides, discounts, and a passionate community of virtual aviators. Here at Sun & Fun, you can enjoy the Flight Sim Experience Center at the Future in Flight Plaza and get hands-on with the latest flight simulation technology and meet fellow enthusiasts. Flight Sim Expo, North America's largest enthusiast flight simulation convention, takes place June 21st through the 23rd in Las Vegas. Event details at flightsimexpo.com.
Sun & Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A.
Here's some more info on our Sun & Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun & Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
And now, back to the Sun & Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
This is Dave with Sun & Fun Radio. I'm stepping in for a minute to make a very important announcement. Sun & Fun has asked me to let everybody know that there is impending weather. We are going to get some heavy weather very soon. We want everybody to be prepared. Also, because of the incoming wind and potential lightning, Wi-Fi antennas are being brought down to avoid a lightning strike. We will have intermittent Wi-Fi outages during the storm today. Thank you all very much. And now back to the deck live.
Got it. David Kobaba with me, Randy Bigg. And I got to tell you, Randy, you're having a great time today in light of, in spite of. Welcome to Sun Fun Radio Chats from the Deck Live. We're coming live to you from Sun & Fun 2024, the 50th annual Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo. Something special for us right now.
Yes, it is.
All you got to do is look at the back cover of your program here at Sun & Fun, and you're going to see our next topic.
Beautiful airplane.
Airplanes.
Beautiful.
Like sport.
Beautiful, beautiful airplane. There's been an explosion of growth in this market space. Some come, some go. Some are odd looking, to be kind, and others are beautiful. You guys fall in the beautiful airplane class. So introduce yourself and tell us what you got.
For having me. Yeah, thank you so very much for having me. This is our fourth time back at Sun & Fun, and with the graciousness of Sun & Fun Radio, we've been able to talk about our aircraft in the past. Only a little bit more exciting about than the weather we're about to get. We are here to announce at Sun & Fun's 50th the creation of the debut of the TL Sport aircraft Sparker. We'll talk a little bit about some of the history of the LSA category. I understand you want to discuss maybe a little bit of ultralights and the progression.
Just real quick, because it was ultralights and then conventional, GA.
Yes.
And light sport snuck in there,
it
and it's doing really good. The definition of light sport versus ultralight would be what? One couple critical numbers.
So yes, right. Back in the 80s and 90s and
Yeah.
the 2000s, we didn't have much of a choice for folks that were transitioning or out of GA or flying between. There wasn't really a middle category, and the LSA, accepted the category was created, and with that, an influx of aircraft that came into the market in 03, 04, and 05. Many of them from Europe. Because the European category, in some respects, was already well established.
Yeah.
And we saw huge growth and huge potential in some really polished aircraft. There was all the stigma for a while. If it's an LSA, it's not a real plane, right? Just as capable as a Cessna or Piper, and in some cases more so. And that's going to lead us. There's so many things to talk about with this. Now we're looking at another category and a growth of that LSA standard, so to speak, following the ASTM standard now into.
And this is a production.
This is a production aircraft, yes. But what we'll talk about as we go through this interview here is about the Mosaic category and the expansion of what we now know as LSA or SLSA. And how we're really going to see a huge growth potential in our marketplace. And it's very good for us as a manufacturer.
Can you explain, sorry to cut you off, but can you explain what this MLSA, in a nutshell, how's it different? How's it going to be such a positive? Because me being a fair-time pilot, I've not heard of this. So this is, I can imagine if I haven't, others haven't either.
You know, we're here to kind of promote and talk about TL Sport aircraft, but you can't do that now without talking about Mosaic. Even today, with all the publicity from the FAA, there's still so many pilots that don't really understand because the ruling is not totally solidified yet, as I understand it. But we're looking at it possibly going into effect in sometime in 2025.
Wow, okay, well, great.
And why it's going to change the marketplace potentially dramatically is because it's expanding the current rules and limitations that are in place for LSA. And TL Sport aircraft is nicely positioned with our aircraft to fill that category and expand into the new Mosaics with the higher gross limitations, gross weight limitations, 4 passengers, ability to carry 4 passengers, retracts, constant speed, propeller. It goes on and on. They're even looking at the possibility of a turbine, allowing for turbine, turboprop aircraft.
The Rotax 915S?
Well, now turbo and turbine, so turbine-powered or turboprop is actually currently they're looking at allowing that. But we sell the turbo Rotax engines, the new 916IS.
Yes.
Which has been highly anticipated along with our aircraft that we're using in that. But go ahead. Do you have a question?
Well, we see, like I said, if you can walk the ramp and you'll see any number of light sport aircraft, home-built aircraft, and you said this is a production aircraft.
This is a production aircraft.
We show up and write you a check, and we have a fly-off, right?
Right.
In this aircraft.
And a fly-off, right, through the EAB program, yes. Right. So let me give you a brief history. So TL Sport aircraft was conceived in 1989. So it came into existence in 1989, been in business for 34 years. We've produced over 2,000 aircraft. The Sting, which is one of the more prominent LSAs in the world, the Sting sold very well starting in 04, 05 in the U.S. There's over 100 of those in the U.S. and over 500 around the world. Then we produced a high-wing Sirius, and those 2 aircraft are very well known in the market. But because of those, building on that experience and the energy from the sales of those 2, we created the Stream, a high-performance retract model that truly looked like a jet trainer more than it would an LSA. Didn't fall in the LSA category. Too powerful, too high performance. From that design, we had a lot of interest in producing a side-by-side version of that, and that is the Sparker. And that is what we introduced here. So let me go into it very quickly because a lot of folks are asking us questions about this plane. So it is 1653 gross. So that's why it's an EAB currently. 1653 gross. You have up to 750-pound useful load, 175 knot cruise on 8-gallon-an-hour burn.
Jeez.
It has a 24 cubic foot luggage compartment. You can put up to 7 carry-on bags in the back. That's commercial. So you put in a commercial airliner. 7 of them. It's 50 inches wide. Has heated leather seats, cup holders, iPad holders. It's got 3G3X display in the panel. This is fully loaded. It's more, it kind of rests between the traditional, like a Cirrus, a GA aircraft, and a light sport. We kind of call it the two-place Cirrus in a way. That's kind of what it is as far as its fit and finish. So there have been a lot of folks that have been waiting for this aircraft to come into the marketplace, and we chose Sun & Fun to debut that. And it's here at Sun & Fun now in 2024 in LD, that's Lima Delta 12.
And to give you a shortcut to where you can find this Sparker, if you come to the radio station and just pass down the road that runs in front of the radio station, it's just a half a block down there. Beautiful airplane sitting right on the corner.
Yeah, we're kind of tucked back here behind the FAA building, so you got to look for us a little bit. But so we're just excited to see. Currently we're selling this as an EAB, experimental amateur built. We have an accelerated build program where a builder or the customer can go to the factory and run through the process. Once Mosaic comes into place, sometime in 2025, this will slip nicely into that category. There are some folks that are putting in deposits now.
Speaking of that, what's the delivery? That's a question.
Oh, that's a very good point. Thank you. So our delivery is actually quite quick for the industry. We're at about 5.5 months
wow,
for
that's
delivery.
That's fantastic.
So we can take from scratch, put in the molds, build the molds out, and go into rough assembly, and then final assembly and delivery within 5
Where are they
months.
made?
So they are made outside of Prague in the Czech Republic.
Okay.
Yep.
They're doing it nicely over there in the Czech Republic.
We're creating a really beautiful aircraft. So
it is. I'd urge you to come by. If you're in the market, come by and look at this airplane. It's beautiful.
Again, Trey, the location, it's just it's right by our radio studios.
Yes, LD, that's Lima Delta 12.
Trey Murdahl, we're talking the TL Sport Aircraft. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you very
appreciate
much for
that.
having me back. I appreciate it.
And I wouldn't normally say this, but stay dry. Look at some
we're
weather coming in.
Hunker down for the storm here, but we'll be back up tomorrow.
Thank you. All right, thanks for being with us again. Well, Randy, it looks like we're going to wrap it up. We're going to go to some commercial spots and having a great time. The weather's kind of mild. It's easy to get along. I noticed the crowd is still here, and we'll be here and part of the crowd. You're listening to Sun & Fun 2024 50th anniversary of Sun & Fun Aerospace Expo. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun & Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun & Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Sun & Fun Radio thanks Articulated for their support with our back deck restoration project. Founded in 2023, Articulated is a new company with years of experience thanks to the wide-ranging background of owner Dave Schaubetter. Offering both production and custom laser engraved products, Articulated can handle all your laser engraving needs. Their extra-large laser bed capacities separate them from the hobbyist laser companies. You can see an example of their work in the custom engravings on the refurbished back deck. Articulated.com.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun & Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Did you know you can learn to TIG weld in our welding education workshops? Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. Lincoln Electric has become the global leader in arc welding and cutting and is renowned as the welding experts worldwide. With the industry's leading team of experts and the most comprehensive portfolio of solutions, they continue to advance innovation and deliver measurable value to our customers and their operations. You can find out more at the welding workshop or online at lincolnelectric.com.
Sun & Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, GRB. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Having a blast. I hate to say it, but we're about to finish the day up here in the next 30 minutes or so for us, but we are continuing tomorrow. Dave, have you enjoyed it?
Oh yeah, I'm enjoying
Absolutely.
it. It's a continual thing.
Oh yeah,
And
year
part
after year.
Part of that enjoyment, we're going to go to our favorite guest of the day, Dr. Victor Vogel. Of course, Doc, you know what I mean, right?
I do know what you mean. Thanks.
He's an educator, and I know you're involved in the at the NAFI booth, Hangar A.
I'm on the NAFI board of directors.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but it's all about education. That's
It
why
is.
you're old enough to be so wise, as I am too. But by the way, tell us about it.
So I have at home a 501c3 nonprofit that we founded 3 years ago that's dedicated to improving STEM education, science, technology, engineering, and math, in our local public schools and our career technical centers that you and I probably knew as, what did we used to call them? They had a different name back then.
Got it.
You're talking about the vocational?
Vocational tech
There we go.
schools. Thank
Vo-tech.
you. Yeah, senior moment. And so
wisdom.
We have this program, and we have a hook for the program. We have a full motion Redbird FMX simulator.
Wow.
That kids love to come and fly in, and the parents love to watch. But at the airport, we expose them to a number of aviation-related career opportunities, not just pilots, but mechanics, and we have a life flight helicopter, And we have, of course, an airport manager, and we talk to them about air traffic control and dispatchers and all the aviation-related career opportunities there are. And then we show them how STEM principles apply to aviation and give them practical examples. And we've run STEM camps. We have field trips where high schools and middle schools come and visit us at the airport. We've had outreach programs to our career technical centers, working with the sheet metal instructors and others, technical people, welding instructors in the school. And we're trying to promote this idea that aviation-based STEM is a great way to show kids practical applications of science and math, which if it's too abstract, they're just not going to find it very interesting.
And I'm not taking you for a very wise person, well-educated, of course, Dr. Vogel, but you've got a personal investment in this. It's a passion that goes beyond just what we're talking about. There's something deep inside.
It is, and I thoroughly believe that science and math are fundamental to any career. Even if you're an English teacher, you got to know a little bit about science and math. But there are enormous career opportunities, as I'm sure you're well aware, in aviation broadly defined. And we want to educate kids and their parents and the school districts about all of these opportunities. And I'm a firm believer, as a holder of 2 graduate degrees, that you don't have to go to college to get a great career.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
So we tell them things like, well, you know, if you're a jet engine mechanic for the airlines, within 5 years you can make a 6-figure income. Commercial drone pilots are starting out at about $60,000 to $80,000 a year. And these are attainable goals for kids who just don't have the interest or the motivation to go to college. And great careers in things like aircraft maintenance, and that's what we want to show these kids that is out there and there are opportunities for them.
When does it start, age-wise?
We've seen kids as young as 2nd grade. Now, I was a medical school professor, so I like to teach adults, and I've learned a lot about, believe me, about teaching middle schoolers and elementary school kids. That's a whole different target population. But fortunately, I started out with my board of directors. I had all pilots, big mistake. Now I have educators on my board of directors. I have people with doctorates in education who help us with those youngsters. And we give them practical hands-on things to do. They make things, they learn things, they see videos, they do all kinds. We had a STEM camp for high school students last summer, 4-day STEM camp. They made robots and actually then had competition with the robots. So it's all practical, it's all hands-on, it's not just show and tell, but we really get these kids actively involved and engaged.
We have here locally Central Florida Aerospace Academy, but we also want to give credit to Sleepy Hill Middle School. So one of our middle schools actually has a an aerospace starting point. Are you seeing or hearing that becoming more of a popular thing across the U.S., where schools are more, single-minded on an aviation field and not just, it's public schools or maybe private, but in the public school system, how it's becoming more popular?
I was in Memphis last year, and the state of Tennessee has a marvelous program, and they have grants that they're giving tens of thousands of dollars to their middle schools to promote STEM education with an aviation focus. And we in Central Pennsylvania, we have 18 school districts in what we call our intermediate unit. One of those 18 has adopted the AOPA aviation curriculum, and we're trying to get more schools to adopt it as well.
Wow, that's amazing. It's the educators. We're not talking about the STEM starting off with just the students. The educators have to be taught, and if the hands-on application is there for them to teach and hand down, what better way to get it through STEM activities, STEM training.
And we hear that from the science and math teachers, and I'm working with our intermediate unit this summer. We're going to have a training program, several days, where we actually train high school science teachers how to do aviation-based STEM education.
I think here locally we have what we call Classroom to the Skies, which is actually a STEM-based through our local group here, Aerospace Center for Excellence, where they take the teachers out in the aircraft and actually allow them to get the first-hand experience of what a flight is like.
And we put our teachers in our simulator, but if they want to fly an airplane, we have a number of pilots who volunteer, and we'll give introductory demo flights to those interested teachers. And that, as you know, can change everything.
Yeah.
We also work closely with the high school and middle school tech ed teachers. And they do creative things like make airfoils in their 3D printers. And then we can put those airfoils in wind tunnels and measure things like lift and drag. So we're starting to get the teachers to understand that there's a real opportunity here.
I think all of us have, younger generations. We had balsa airplanes and the little wind-ups and all that, but nowadays if a 3D printer is at your access, you're able to create just about anything, but the training, again, needs to be there, and, the application use is across the board, not just aviation, but other industries as well, but if it's there, it's, taking full advantage.
Yeah. And we want to, cover this. And if kids are interested in becoming pilots, we have avenues to make that happen. But if they're interested in becoming mechanics, we have done programs in collaboration with one of our technical schools called the Pennsylvania Institute of Technology, which is just 25 miles north of our airport. And we have get those kids introduced there and make them understand that this training is available right near home in South Central Pennsylvania. So that's another thing we're doing is showing them where these career training opportunities are. And of course, if they want to go the professional pilot route, we can steer them that way as well.
One, being a 501c, it gets pretty serious when you're talking about funding. So this is, for any company. But I'm sure a lot of your, educational, teachers and the activities are all based on sponsors or, donations, etc. So for everybody listening right now, if there is that, pass it on, give it on kind of, mentality that we all have, we should have, how can we do this for you?
Well, we just worked with a college student who was an intern, and she was a senior in marketing, and she developed our website. So our website is stem2skies.org, and not surprisingly, there's a donate button on the stem2skies.org. And we've also approached our local foundations. We have foundations that are very, very interested in supporting our program, and we've had some generous private donors who've helped get us started. But yes, for our school programs, we don't charge school programs for field trips or the STEM camps. The STEM camps, we had a grant from a Pennsylvania education agency that helped with the cost for the STEM camp. But for most of what we do, there is no charge to the schools. And so we are actively recruiting donors to help support our program.
That's amazing.
That's great.
Victor, this is just, STEM across every part of aviation needs to be hands-on if it can be. So, get that hands-on experience, continue it, pass it on. I like that expression, pass it on, and that's exactly what your corporation is doing. So this is actually located at www.stemtoskies, stemdisguise.org. So Victor, thank you for being up here with your STEM knowledge. Keep it up. We want to help promote it from year to year. Keep us, involved as much as we can as well for you. So
I'll come back next year and give you a progress report.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
We're actually, Dave, we're going to continue standing here while Victor go ahead and does a hot swap up here. And just talk about the weather a little bit. Yes, we're getting some rain, we're getting some wind. So Florida is used to be, forgive me, but the lightning capital of the world. So, of course, that will be a possibility with almost any storm. We did have the knowledge this morning from the FAA just indicating that the winds will be gusting, of course, later on. They've picked up a little bit, but play it safe, ladies and gentlemen. Do not let that hinder your thoughts about coming out this weekend, though. Today is Thursday for us out here live. We've got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We will continue all throughout, the weekend. Don't miss it. It's just short and simple. This is the busiest airport in North America right now, being Lakeland Linder International Airport. Thank you, Ms. Chris Hallstrand and your team for supporting Sun and Fun, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, and doing, just the teamwork that it takes to put this air show on. I'm standing up here, Jack Mason, kind of wrapping up the day here a little bit, and